Today's December 11th, 2025. We're starting a little bit late, but we're just getting a few things together here. If everybody would join me as we start all of our meetings with a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, this next, I routinely go through the announcement of the appeal process, but I want to make sure everybody listens up carefully today. This is an announcement about appeal of a decision from the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission. Pursuant to provisions of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of entry of the Metropolitan Transportation Licensing Commission's decision. We advise that you seek your own independent legal advice to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met. Now, did anybody sign up for the public comment? Thank you, Ms. Mullins. All right, I have 7 names on the list here that have requested to speak during the public comment. I want to advise you that we limit those to 2 minutes each, and they must be about something that's on the agenda today. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Make sure you hit the green light so that so you can be heard on the public broadcasting system. And introduce yourself and tell us what you want to, what matter on the agenda you want to address. The first name on here is Mark Young.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark Young. I am a district chief for the Nashville Fire Department, and I serve the department as the legislative liaison for the Metro Council and the state legislator. I'm currently assigned to Special Operations, and I want to speak today on behalf of West Nashville Record Service and Mr. Mitchell. What Mr. Mitchell does for us is invaluable. He provides us with our vehicles for our extrication training. That is for our active employees and our recruits. And he does this without hesitation. He does this on planned training events, and he does this at last-minute events. What Mr. Mitchell also does for us is he provides us with equipment to move our heavy equipment around. For example, what we refer to as a rubble pile would be a makeshift scenario of a building collapse, and that is a lot of big, heavy concrete, steel beams, to get that ready for us to do our search and rescue. I just want you to know that Mr. Mitchell has been doing this for many years, and he does this at no cost to us, and he also just a simple phone call, and it's, what do you need? So, Commissioners, I just want to let you know that the partnership with West Nashville and Mr. Mitchell is invaluable to us, and I want to thank him for his service that he provides. Thank you.
The next name I have here is Connor Epps.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I was previously employed with STR. I am currently employed with West Nashville Record Service. Within my time at STR, I noticed multiple things that morally were inadequate, such as charging a $250 gate fee for the initial and any following gate fee times. On top of that, I was not on the THP list, and I was forced into having to run THP calls regardless. I was told that if I did not, I would be terminated. Later on within that, they said it was corrected. Apparently it was not. I found out at a later point in time. Within that and other moral basis with gate fees, things of that nature, around the time that I was raising those issues, I was terminated. And then now I work for West Nashville. I have all the equipment I could ask for. We provide quick, adequate service to anything that's thrown at us. And Mr. Mitchell is a absolute amazing boss to have. That is all I have at this point in time.
So are you addressing the new application from STR, or are you character witness for Mr. Mitchell, or both?
Both.
Thank you, sir. Next name I have on here is Kim Wright.
Good afternoon. I have a prepared statement that I would like to share. My name is Kim Wright. I have worked for Jim Mitchell and his companies for 19 years. I served as the office manager for Dad's Towing and continue to serve in that role since, partnering with Guardian. Regarding the addition of Guardian and Dad's in West Nashville, I clearly remember on October 22nd when Jim was in my office and called Ricky Rooker from TLC to inquire about adding a partner. Ricky told him that a formal written request was needed to be submitted to TLC and Guardian and to add Guardian as a partner. At that time, there was no discussion about the structure or percentage of the partnership whatsoever. And since the addition of Guardian, nothing has changed operationally for the companies. Jim is still the primary point of contact for Metro and is heavily involved in the day-to-day operations for both companies. In fact, Dad's in West Nashville have continued to provide the same exemplary service, if not better, since joining Guardian. Our call times are faster and our employee benefits are better, all since adding the support that Guardian can offer. Jim is a very caring boss. Throughout my employment with Dad's, employees have frequently come to me and asked for assistance during hard times. I've always taken these requests to Jim, and he always helps, sometimes to his own detriment because he is too nice. And beyond towing services, the company consistently gives back to the community. Jim regularly donates vehicles to the fire department for training exercises and sponsors the Cure for Our Friends, a local nonprofit organization existing to raise awareness for cystic fibrosis. This year, we've lost approximately 12 employees to STR, as well as our contract with Metro Office of Fleet Management, when STR used our price sheets to undercut our bid. One of our former employees was hired by STR after we were forced to release him due to insurance demand, despite his being a top producer because of safety issues. Furthermore, to my knowledge, STR has no facility in the West Nashville zone. So if our licenses and permits are revoked and reallocated to STR, there is not a facility for that company to use, and the company's emergency towing needs will not be met in the zone as well as they currently are. Having worked for Jim for almost 2 decades, I stand behind both the integrity of his operations and his commitment to the community and to his employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Is that Karen or Corinne?
Karen, I think. I could be wrong.
Okay. Karen or Corinne?
Karen.
Karen, okay. Karen Bennett? Ms. Bennett was taking me a minute because I couldn't tell if it was a Corinne or Karen, so I hope I got it right.
And then on which one?
The one that says the speaker.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Bennett, and I'm a former council member. I represented Inglewood, East Nashville, and Madison and during my 8 years on council. I'm also pretty active in the community. I try to do as much as I can to help out. Real quickly, I'll try to get to the point because I know I just have 2 minutes, so that's hard. But I volunteered with a group called Adventures with Purpose, and what they did is they went out and tried to find lost people. And you all kind of have a tough job. You deal with a lot of fatal and horrible incidents. And unfortunately, some people get in a car and commit suicide by driving off in the water. And it was suspected that a gentleman by the name of Bill, I'm not going to give his last name, and and I want to protect his family. But they had offered to help with that. So I volunteered since I'm from Tennessee. They're from California and Seattle area. And I volunteered to help. So I called Jim Mitchell over at Dad's, and I told him the situation and what we were trying to do. And all I ever had to do was, can you? And he did it. He never charged us. I think the estimate is $100,000, but he probably spent more than that. We did a test weekend, and then later in January of that year, next year, we had 22 volunteer divers come into Nashville. They were from all over the U.S. Some had done dives to pull cars and find people. Others had not, but they wanted to learn. And it was an amazing testing ground. Gaylord sponsored all the hotel rooms for the divers. It was just incredible. Businesses donated food. It was amazing. But Dad's Wrecker and Jim Mitchell were just amazing. They were there with us all day when we were pulling cars. They were there the entire time. They didn't charge us a dime. We were there firm 2 weeks. The very last day of the 2 weeks, we found Bill. And it was pretty emotional. I really don't know how you guys do it all the time because it's one tough job. And honestly, I haven't volunteered doing that kind of work again because it's just emotionally taxing. So I just really want to emphasize how important, and I think I've gone over my time and I apologize, but how important what they did and provided for the community. There was never a talk of money or we can or we don't. We had Jim, we had Kim on our side, all the drivers, there were so many I couldn't even remember their names, but I just feel like they're an asset. Thank you.
The next name on my list is Manuel Lopez. And I may have been remiss, but please make sure you introduce yourself and what item on our agenda you want to speak to today.
I'm here for a character witness for Mr. Mitchell. My name is Manuel Lopez. I'm the second generation owner for Smith's Record Service. We are a zone towing company. We've been in business for almost 50 years. I've been knowing Mr. Mitchell now for about 20 years. I had prepared a speech, but I don't need it. Once I look at him, I can always depend on him. My personal trucks break down, he come to take care of us. He speaks for everybody at these meetings. I never had to even come here to express any towing concerns we have because we always could depend on him. So I'm just saying he's a good man. He's great for the business, and I just think highly of him. And you couldn't ask for a better guy to represent in the towing profession. That's all I say. Thank you.
Mr. Weaver, your name's up next, James Weaver.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. James Weaver, 511 Union Street, Holland and Knight, represent TowPro and the Williams family. Here to speak on the emergency wrecker item on your agenda. I've made this, I think this exact same speech to you guys now 3 times, but I did want to reiterate it today. It has 2 parts. First, we don't offer any opinion on the legal aspects of the Mr. Williams and the 2 companies and the transfer to Guardian. That's up to the commission and to your legal counsel. We do, however, as I've said in prior meetings, to the extent there are open emergency record zones in the city, TowPro stands ready and willing and able to accept those zones today. You have a written implementation plan that's been filed with TD and Mr. Rooker. If there are open districts, if there are not open zones, it was funny, someone said that they were a character witness for Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell doesn't need a character witness. He's as fine a man as you'll ever meet. And he's been super, super nice to me and to our client. And we're not here offering any opinion about how you rule on it, but we do want you to know that to the extent there are open zones, you have a current partner who's ready, willing, and able to step into the breach. Thank you.
My name is Blake Sheldon. I'm here to speak on behalf of my father, Keith Sheldon, the owner of Donaldson Record Service, for Jim Mitchell's character witness. To the members of the record board, I am writing out to offer my professional perspective on Jim Mitchell, owner of West Nashville Record Service and Dad's Record Service, both serving Davidson County. I make this statement as someone who is not personally connected to Mr. Mitchell through family or friendship, but rather as a competitor in the towing and recovery industry. Because we operate in the same market, I believe my comments carry added weight. I understand the pressure of this business, and I have observed his reputation and conduct within the industry. Even as competitors, I've consistently observed Jim Mitchell conduct himself with a level of professionalism that improves the image of our entire field. In an environment where tensions can run high, especially around accident scenes, recoveries, rotations, and customer disputes, Mr. Mitchell has built a reputation for being steady, respectful, and focused on doing the job correctly. In addition, I want to specifically recognize how Jim Mitchell's operations support the broader towing system in Davidson County. West Nashville Record Service and Dad's Record Service have been a reliable resource to the Donaldson Record Zone, particularly on heavy-duty towing and recovery needs. When heavy-duty equipment, specialized rigging, or experienced operators are required, Jim's businesses have stepped in and helped ensure difficult calls are handled safely and efficiently. That kind of support matters not only to companies in the rotation, but to public safety and traffic flow throughout the county. In my experience, Jim has helped change the towing industry in Davidson County for the better in several important ways. I also want to address the larger point of fairness and proportionality. This industry is demanding, fast-moving, and often performed under pressure on the roadside in bad weather and unsafe conditions. In that environment, a simple mistake can happen even to a good operator and good owner. In my view, a simple mistake should not automatically result in a life-changing consequence, especially when the individual has had a long history of professional service, a record of helping the community, and a reputation for improving standards across the industry. From the position of a competitor, there is no advantage to me in writing this other than stating what I believe to be true and fair. The reality is that Jim Mitchell's presence in Davidson County has pushed the industry toward higher standards, and the public benefits from that. When the public has greater trust in towing companies, it improves working conditions and reduces friction for everyone involved. For these reasons, I consider Jim Mitchell to be a person of solid character and a professional who has had a positive influence on towing and recovery in Davidson County. I respectfully ask the board to consider his perspective, including history of cooperation and service, as part of your review. Respectfully, Keith Sheldon, Donaldson Record Service. Yes, sir.
And you did a really nice job. You just about finished right at 2 minutes with that. Thank you, sir. All right, the next part of our agenda today is approval of the minutes from the previous meeting of November 20th, 2025. Have the commissioners had an opportunity to review the minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there any suggestions about amendments or revisions to the minutes?
No.
All right, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion carries. All right. Mr. Rooker, Director Rooker, I see on the agenda next is the items for deferral.
Yes, Chair, there are no items for deferral on the agenda today.
Then let's launch right into the consent items. And there's something I want to mention before we start on the consent agenda. I've been advised that the consent agenda are items that are not up for discussion, and that Ms. Haber's shaking her head up and down there. I may be taking her speech away. I don't know, but correct me if I'm wrong. But when it's on a consent agenda item, we are either to vote on it or not. And that if it's going to be some discussion, which I'm not saying we don't want discussion, we can have discussion, but we've got to take it off the consent agenda, or consent as a consent item. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
All right. And where does that come from?
Robert's rules.
All right, all right. So I'm just mentioning that anything you see on here, if there's something you really wanted to discuss or felt we needed some discussion before we went forward with voting on it, please let us know so we can pull it off the consent items.
And we can do that now, or we can do that as we go through each category. If there's something you see on here now that you would like pulled off, we can do that now, or we can do it as we get to each category.
Let's start with the categories, okay?
No problem. That'll work.
All right, first category, Director Rooker.
Other passenger vehicles for hire, new company applications. These are all the Uber Blacks and vehicles of that nature. All their paperwork is in on time, and staff recommends approval.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
I got to read all of them.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Director Carr, you do have to read the names of them. Thank you.
I make a motion to approve OPVH vehicles under the names of Amari Transportation, Limo Plus World LLC, Prime Black Car Service, Nightlife Protection LLC, and Nash Transportation.
There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries. Director Rooker, we're now on to the OPVH request to change address.
Yes, sir. This is just another change to the original application. Anytime that the original application has changed or there's a request to change, comes before the commission, and this application is just for a change of address. Paperwork is in order. Staff recommends approval.
I'll make a motion to approve the OPVH request to change address for Swaro Limo Services to 3625 Manson Pike, Unit 10205.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And on to the last one there, Director Rooker.
Yes, sir. This is just a request to modify ownership. The paperwork is in order and staff recommends approval.
I move to approve the OPVH request to modify ownership for Refugee Enterprises LLC to add partner Samantha Armstrong.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Again, I don't want to discourage if someone has a question or wants to have a discussion, for instance, about adding or taking away a partner, please let us know and we'll move it off the consent items, or I call it consent agenda. We'll take it out of there and put it on the regular agenda for discussion.
Just to make a point, Director Rooker, we are not over the limit or near the limit for the number of OPVH companies.
No, ma'am, not at all. Not at all. There's not a limit, first of all, but they take care of themselves. We have companies that go out of business or fall off, and then companies that are added. So it usually stands around the same number. TD can probably give you the exact number.
At the renewal period last year, we had 120 OPVH companies that did not renew, so it does kind of regulate itself.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add this to the comment. There is no limit.
Yeah.
There's no set limit.
No, there is no limit as to how many OPVH companies you approve.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Director Rooker, the next item is the Shared Urban Mobility Devices Lime Glider Pilot Findings.
We're going to let our colleague handle that. Mr. TD will handle this agenda item.
We also seem to have someone from Lime, I believe, coming up to the mic.
Thank you, Director Rooker. Commissioners, you'll recall back in August, you approved a pilot under a limited scope for Lime to bring gliders into town and to place those at bus stops in conjunction with WeGo for first and last mile to connect with transit to get folks home from the bus stops. That pilot has some findings now, and we have Lily Krause with us from Lime, Senior Manager of Government Partnerships, who wants to give a presentation. And take it away, Lily.
Okay. Thank you. I will try to keep it short and sweet, but thank you, commissioners, for having us back. I wanted to start with a quick snapshot of how the WeGo pilot's performing. To recap, as TD mentioned, you authorized an additional 50 vehicle fleet cap for us to deploy at select WeGo stops, and at those stops, we are offering 70% off all trips. We have seen extraordinary growth, a 300% year-over-year increase in ridership at these transit locations. And what's especially exciting is the consistency. So most trip ends happen between 2 and 6 p.m., which are prime hours for riders connecting to transit after work or school. And most trips are starting between 12 and 3, showing strong midday demand as well. And importantly, riders traveling to or from these WeGo stations have already saved nearly $2,000 in trip costs compared to regular pricing. So that's real economic impact. Next slide.
I have a question on that. The 300% increase, do you have the actual numbers?
Yeah, it'll be in a couple
Later?
slides down.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So in conjunction with WeGo, we worked to approve 10 stops outside of the downtown core where we would be reliably deploying every day. You approved this in August. We got the final kind of approval with WeGo in October, so that's kind of when the deployments began in earnest. But these are the 10 locations. You can see the savings at each location. Yeah. Next slide, please. So the partnership is driving real measurable behavior change. On the left, you'll see trips and users starting or ending at the designated locations in 2024. And then on the right, you'll see 2025 data. So from August to November, trips starting or ending increased 336%, and unique users increased 298%. So it's thousands more Nashvillians using scooters and bikes and gliders to access transit in a predictable, structured way. Yeah.
On that data, that's
Sure.
3,480 trips over 120 days, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe 112 trips a day, roughly.
Yeah, I believe in a few slides we'll show, August and September are low, and then October is when we really jump, because that's when we got the approval from WeGo. Sorry, 1 second. So zooming in on month-to-month performance, October was the clear peak, over 1,600 trips and 1,100 unique riders. This tracks with seasonal trends, but also reflects increased awareness of the WeGo discount program as we officially launched and sent out comms to riders, et cetera. Next slide, please. When trips end, we see the biggest spike from 2 to 6, which aligns with riders coming home from work or school via WeGo. And we are still seeing that weekend travel remains important, with Friday and Saturday being popular days as well. Next slide. Trip starts. So now we're on to trip starts. As I mentioned, between 12 and 3 p.m., so they start earlier than they end, which fits with midday errands or getting to transit hubs to continue their trips. Next slide. So these are the month-by-month detail. So the highest performing stations along kind of West End, 21st Avenue, and then our highest performer in East Nashville, Main and McFerrin, consistently drive several hundred trips per month. Next slide. And then, back previous slide. This is the user. So user growth mirrors kind of the ridership growth. October brought more than 1,100 unique riders, and this tells us once people try the WeGo connection, they're often returning. So I wanted to highlight something we've begun implementing based on specific guidance from WeGo. We've begun installing ground decals at WeGo-approved corrals. These serve 2 major purposes: to provide clear visual cues for riders ending their trips, making it obvious where the vehicles should be parked, and guidance for our operations team when they're out in the field to make sure that vehicles are deployed exactly where the WeGo would like them to be. In our conversations with WeGo at several of these stops, we were given permission to deploy, provided we deploy in a very particular way to ensure that there's sufficient clearance. So these visual treatments help reinforce good parking before we introduce more advanced tech. Speaking of more advanced tech, I want to talk to you about something that's kind of coming up in the pipeline. Bluetooth beacons. These are these little guys that I'm holding. Bluetooth beacon, it's a small wireless device that we just drill into the ground that communicates with vehicles through a localized signal. Next slide. Why that matters is right now parking enforcement relies on GPS technology with about 20 meters of accuracy, and Bluetooth beacons tighten that radius to 3 to 5 meters, which creates far more precise parking compliance. So how it works is when a rider approaches a beacon, the vehicle automatically detects it through Bluetooth. If they're within the designated area, they're able to end their trip. If they're not able to end their trip. And this ensures that scooters are parked within the actual corral, not just near the corrals themselves. So we're excited to pilot these, and we will share the outcomes once we gather enough data. Final section, I also wanted to give you an update about Lime Vision, which is our in-house operator-built camera AI platform. So it's the first of its kind non-third-party tech. It's developed by Lime, for Lime, by our engineers. It does 3 things. It uses a high-resolution camera to collect real-world data. It feeds that data into proprietary AI models that are trained to recognize surfaces like street, sidewalk, and bike lanes. And it generates the ground truth needed to scale sidewalk detection across the full fleet. We are happy to say that in October, we began piloting this technology in Nashville. It follows cities like San Francisco, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Seattle, and now in Nashville. We have a small fleet out and about right now. And we'd like to just show on the next slide kind of some initial learnings. We don't have a ton of data yet, but figure you are interested in this data. So not surprisingly, sidewalk riding is 16% lower on streets with bike lanes. And then our most experienced riders, these are people who take the most trips, are 32% less likely to ride on sidewalks. On average, 27%, or riders spend 27% of their trip interacting with sidewalk areas, which includes, starting, ending, and occasionally navigating tight infrastructure during their trip. Generally, Lime Vision records 4.5 sidewalk alerts per trip, which gives us rich insight into where infrastructure improvements could matter most. And what it is essentially a camera. When it detects the sidewalk, it starts yelling at you and it says, avoid sidewalks, and it does a big, loud ding. It's annoying to both the riders and the people around them. So if you are hearing that on the streets, that's what that is. But we hope that this data is valuable. You can see 12th Avenue looks beautiful and blue and green with very low sidewalk ridership. We do see some more sidewalk ridership as bike infrastructure lacks. So we see definitely a correlation there. And we are excited to continue to roll out these vehicles, transitioning more and more cameras as we move into the new year. So that's all for me. Any questions? I know I fit a lot into a short amount of time, but.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On the beacon system, you said it's designed to help them stay within a smaller radius for parking the bike, and it won't allow them to end the trip unless they're within. So does it keep charging them until they come within that radius?
Yep. If it's a mandatory parking zone, it'll keep charging you until you park it where you're allowed to park it. It's a pretty good deterrent.
At no limit, it'll just.
It does deactivate after a certain, I think it's like an hour, just simply in case if there was someone's phone died, a tech issue, some buffer, but it's enough money where it makes a dent.
I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Could you go back to the slide where you're showing how many scooters are returned to their correct location versus incorrect location?
I don't think I had a slide about that.
Well, you said you had one that showed, it was like a map with, I think it was P's on the back, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I just didn't get enough time to see on here. Could you tell me the numbers again for how many were returned to the correct location versus overall returns? Do you have that?
So this is just looking for trips starting and ending at these. These are where we're giving the 70%.
This might not have been the slide, but you did say
discount.
something about how many were returned in the correct place versus not.
Right.
Well, I think what she had said was, she gave a percentage of regular users versus new users returning the bikes back or riding on sidewalks.
Sidewalk.
Go back. Forward one to the graph. Maybe this is, yeah.
Yeah, this is just showing the distribution by hour and day of the week in terms of what we're seeing for the WeGo pilot.
What are you seeing for when they're not returned correctly? Where are they being returned to?
So the WeGo vehicles can be, people who are starting and ending trips at those WeGo stations are not required to end them at any specific location.
So you're just showing that people do take them from station to station?
Correct.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Station to parking.
Or station to parking.
Correct, yeah.
My next question, on the corrals, you said that there's a 3 to 5 meter safe zone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's 15 feet, right? That you could
Just generally the size of a corral on the
That's what I was
streets of
gonna-
Nashville.
My question was, how big's the corral?
Generally, I'd say about, it's usually a parking spot size. But when you're that close, you can see it more clearly than just a visual cue on the app when you're able to actually get there.
So a parking space is usually 8 to 9 feet wide and 18 to 20 feet long. If it's on the street in a travel lane, and then the ones on the sidewalk typically sit within in the furnishing zone or the tree zone, so it's like 4 feet wide.
I was just wondering the reasoning behind the 3 to 5 meters, but that's clear now, thank you.
Yeah.
Could it be tightened?
Well, that's, yeah,
Could it be tightened?
right.
Yeah, to get at the corral. Like, could it be placed on either side of the corral? Is that-
Sure, yeah, that's exactly what we would do. We put one on each side.
That
Yeah.
is what you do currently?
That's what we're planning to do once we begin installing them. We haven't yet begun installing them. We will do that in the new year, but yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the biggest complaints about scooters is they're not returned to the correct spot, so.
I agree.
Whatever we can do to
That's the goal.
ease that pain.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
great. Thank you so much.
Is there anything that we can do just relative to people that you can do? I guess we could regulate, but that you guys can do to proactively prevent people from riding the wrong way on one-way streets?
It is
Like disabled, right? It stops after 3 feet.
Yeah.
It's a huge,
Yeah.
it's a huge, safety issue.
It is, and it's one that we speak with our product team about often, putting on the roadmap. It's a hard problem to solve. Also, there's some interesting data that we have from like Denver specifically, where we did something similar with the sidewalk riding detection, where we saw that on one-way streets, that's where people were most likely to ride on the sidewalks. Because it was just a faster way, and Denver is like a very one-way street city. But it is, it's something that we want to be able to solve. It's not something that we don't want to disable vehicles, especially in a urban canyon environment where GPS isn't perfect. The last thing we want to do is just like stop a vehicle in the middle of the street riding the wrong way for the rider's own safety. But we are working on solutions.
I think about my self-driving Tesla, and when I take my hands off the wheel and look at my phone, it stops driving.
Yeah.
I've got to think that there's a way to prevent these vehicles from going the wrong way on a one-way street.
Yeah.
Right? Like either it's the beacons go on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to get excited about expansion when I know that they can be driven illegally, and 27% are now, by your data, driven on the sidewalks, which is incredibly dangerous.
Well, I think that, yeah, I think that, well, some of that data also shows us is that those users feel like it's dangerous in that moment, it's a safer decision for them to ride on the sidewalk than it is to ride on the street, which matches up with the data showing that, when a bike lane or other infrastructure is present, it's much less likely to happen. But yeah, I think as the technology improves, especially the AI technology and our camera technology improves, that's something that you'll begin to see in the coming years.
Commissioner Hayes, I will share that I had an opportunity yesterday to ride a Lime scooter with Lime Vision on it and intentionally went to go break the rules. I went to get on the sidewalk around the courthouse, actually, and it was so obnoxiously loud and annoying, beeping, get off the sidewalk, that it actually embarrassed me a little bit to where I got back onto the street.
I love it, right? And
Yeah.
so I would think that if you're going the wrong way on Second or
Yeah.
on Fourth in particular, it would know, and there would be a way for it to stop. Same thing on the
Well, I'm glad to
sidewalks.
know that it is making an impact on people, because I can tell you, humans informing riders that they're doing something illegal has had no impact on them. You mentioned that there were you referenced school. Am I correct in saying that someone has to have a driver's license to be riding it?
You're correct. Someone has to be over the age of 18, doesn't
So
need to
when you
driver's
see a posse of riders with an adult and obviously underage riders. How are they getting those scooters unlocked?
I mean, I would assume that the adult is unlocking several scooters for someone who's under the age of 18, and or using someone else's.
Is it 18 or 16?
It's 18.
18, okay.
Would there be a way to make it so the adult can only unlock one at a time?
Yeah, so actually, in Nashville, we have a limit of 3. So you, generally speaking, our kind of group ride parameters are, in most cities, are a lot larger, where it's like 5. One person can unlock 5 vehicles. In Nashville, it's already limited to 3, which I think that was a rule that you all,
I don't remember that rule, but I'm curious, why would we want to enable it to be more than one?
it's just for convenience for folks. I mean, a lot of people, especially in Nashville, where we do see, we see people coming together. We see, groups, husband and wife, whatever, groups of friends, phones dying, someone already has, the app, et cetera. It's just a convenience factor. We see a lot of our trips beginning that way with groups.
I would think you guys would love the data to have just thinking out loud, like every single rider, their phone and their license. It'd be great data for y'all to own, and it'd be good for us, and it would prevent I've had challenges with posses of children on scooters going through garages, breaking into cars, taking stuff out of the cars, spinning down out of the garage, giving it to somebody else in a car and taking off. And it's like clearly children, and I can't run after them and chase them. My security won't run after and chase them. And that would seem to be a really easy way to solve a problem that I don't know that we all know that exists. I've seen it. You've clearly seen posses of children, it sounds like.
Could I make sure I understand what you're saying? They stole the stuff when they were on a scooter. Then where did they take it?
So there was a fellow waiting in a car outside.
In a car?
Outside of the garage.
Okay.
Lots of people that didn't appear to be 18 that went very quickly. So we have it on camera. We reported it to the police. Spinning through the garage, breaking into cars, taking stuff and giving it to the person in the car. And the person in the car speeds off one way, and the people on the scooter went the other way. And there was like probably 4 hotels that got hit. I can't remember if it was last winter or the winter before, but it happens. It's not like it's an everyday thing. Look, there's car break-ins all the time.
Yeah.
But it would be one way to limit, to not have children that are maybe working for somebody who's older. Yeah. Anyway.
And I would think that Lime would want more downloads of the app if everyone has.
And the geolocation of that person,
the
I mean,
data would be
it's really
useful
valuable.
to the company.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that.
I've got one other question. Has Lime, there's got to be a reasoning or an algorithm that says that we get more riders when we don't have to have everybody to have the app. What caused Lime to allow the app to allow more than 3-5 scooters per ID or scan? There had to be a reason why you guys went that way versus the other way.
Yeah,
And just to add, I would just think if there was something on the Lime scooters or the sliders or any of the vehicles that actually stopped them wrong, it would have to be almost immediate, 3 to 5, 10 feet, because I would think that would cause the vehicle, whatever it might be, scooter or slider, to be left there. It stopped on me. I'm not dragging this thing back 5 feet. I'm gonna dump it where it stands and just walk. In that issue, I would think it would almost have to be an immediate thing, because I believe it would cause a bigger problem than it would solve. I know I was here initially when scooters first hit Nashville and we got into the corrals. And when we first started GPS fencing them, they were left everywhere. When they stopped moving, the riders would leave them. They'd throw them over the bridge, wherever that corral cut it off. If they were pissed off, that's where that thing stopped. So in that instance, if something is implemented, it's got to be like soon as you turn on the street, or it's going to be a bigger problem than it solves.
Yeah.
Back to my original question. What was the premise to allow more than one rider? Did you guys do a study or?
That's a great question. I've been here at Lime since 2018, so I should know the answer to that. To be fair, like the vast majority, I think like 95% of trips at least are not done in that manner. They're people using their own app. There are just those edge case uses. I can even remember though, like when I was the NFL draft, I was down there working one of the corrals that had been set up. I was helping people end trips, start trips. It was a barrier when people were trying to download an app when there's hundreds of thousands of people around. Like, oh shoot, I don't have my credit card, I left it in the room. All of that stuff. It was just like, I remember there was like a line of people trying to download the app all at once. I think that there were just some of those pain points. But that's really mostly like our very frequent riders that know about that are using kind of that technology. Most of our trips are still happening with just, one-on-one. I think it's more large event-based, situational kind of behavior that led us to develop that capability.
I agree. When I was in Denver for a convention, my wife and I took a scooter. It was easier than waiting for the taxis up to the convention center because our hotel was pretty close. And I scanned it for both of us. She didn't download one and I download. I'd scan both of them and say, here, honey, it's ready to go. Let's go. I understand that. But in the same sense, I do understand when it's 4, 5, 6 people and there's something going on nefarious with the things, you would like to know who had this scooter. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But in a sense.
It's like when I rent a car at the airport, like I can't just let my wife drive. She's got to get her license.
Well, I think that has more to do with the dollar amount of what you're renting than what we're talking about.
Somebody, though.
True on that aspect, but I believe the only reason that's implemented is because you're renting a $50,000 car versus a.
We've got a full agenda,
yes,
so
sir.
I think it's time to move on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Director Rooker, we're now on to the application reviews, but
Actually, the pilot will continue until when, and when will we be expecting more information on this subject?
That initial pilot period was to conclude in the month of December. At this particular time, Lime has scaled back a lot of their deployment just due to the winter months where there's less ridership. If we'd like to revisit studying and continuing to have additional vehicles deployed when the weather warms up, we can bring that back to this commission.
So without any further action by our commission, what will be occurring at the MTA stops?
They are still welcome to deploy. You're allowing them to deploy an additional 50 Lime gliders. That pilot was scheduled to end in the month of December. So if any additional fleet were to be deployed, they could come back to you for that permission. You could extend that pilot and look to continue it. They can still deploy at bus stops, and I expect that they will continue to work with Robert Johnson over at WeGo in doing so. You still have the first and last mile pilot that's approved through this commission for 200 additional vehicles to be outside of the downtown core, so I'm sure they will continue to work with Robert on that.
okay. All right, Director Rooker, we're now on to the application reviews. Is that a section we need to have the public hearing closed?
Yes, sir. We would need to drop the broadcast at this time, and then we will come back when we're done with the reviews.
All right. So I'm going to read an announcement here. Notice is hereby given that the broadcast section of this meeting has been concluded. But not necessarily, because it is going to be starting back up again, so it's being paused, yeah. The remaining portion of this meeting, well, at least this next section of this meeting will not be broadcast because the commission will be considering confidential and protected criminal history background information of driver applicants. If there are any questions regarding this procedure, they should be directed to the Transportation Licensing Commission office at 615-862-6777. We closed? Okay. Director.
Yes, sir, this.
Our next agenda item.
Yes, sir. Emergency Record Services review and investigation of dads in West Nashville. This was deferred from August, and we will have a public hearing for the companies. If you recall back at the annual hearing of the records in June, a complaint was made to this commission that there might have been, instead of a partnership, a sale of a company. At that time, the commission deferred the annual hearing, and it is still in a deferred state, and asked TLC staff, along with Metro Legal, to conduct an investigation. And I believe at this time, Metro Legal and their supporting staffs are ready to make that presentation to you.
Could you just summarize the matters that we are going to need a rule on today?
Basically what it is was this a sale of a company, or was this a partnership? Was a partnership, if it was a partnership, all the paperwork was fine and was done in the way it should have been done. If you decide that it was a sale, then that paper, it wasn't given to us, presented to us as the sale of a company. They only presented to us a partnership.
And that's the first thing we have to decide today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And at this time, I'll turn it over to Metro Legal for any comments that they want to make.
At this time, I would ask that the commission adopt the agenda provided by the Department of Law for the hearing procedures provided by Mr. Marsh.
I was going to say, do I understand that Justin Marsh set this procedure, the procedures up for conducting this hearing today?
Yes, and let me introduce the new faces to the commissioners. As Mr. Rooker just said, the commission tasked the TLC staff with the assistance of Department of Law to investigate the allegations made by STR Towing against Dad's Towing and West Nashville Rooker. We conducted that investigation and we concluded those findings. We conducted the investigation and presented you with our findings on November 26th. Mr. Marsh is going to advise the commission for the purposes of the hearing regarding procedures. He's here for that purpose. And Mr. Hall is a co-counsel with the Department of Law who assisted with the investigation. He's going to be able to discuss the corporate transaction and any questions you may have about our findings.
He'll help us with understanding what factors to consider in making this ruling today?
Yes, with the assistance of Ms. Mickelson and I as necessary.
And let me ask at the beginning of this, what is the burden of proof that we are to make an appropriate finding for a ruling here? Is it like a preponderance of the evidence, 49-51, clear and convincing, or what?
I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Marsh.
All right. And first of all, welcome Mr. Marsh and Mr. Hall.
Thank you.
Mr. Marsh, why don't you go ahead and talk to us about the agenda that you have submitted to the commissioners?
I have a little bit longer state than that, but I'll try to keep it quick. My understanding is we're here today for this portion of the Metropolitan Transportation and Licensing Commission. And excuse me, my name is Justin Marsh. I'm with Metro Department of Law. To have a hearing concerning the allegations about the operations of Dad's Towing Service, Inc., and West Nashville Record Service, LLC, and Guardian Fleet Services. The allegations are that Dad's Towing and West Nashville Record have been sold to Guardian Fleet Services, which has caused violations of the Metro Code. This commission does have the authority under 680-620 to conduct a hearing, and notice has been provided to the parties as of November 25th, 2025. If you'll give me a brief moment, this is going to be the longer part where I'm going to read in the code provisions at issue here, just so they're on the record. MCL 680-110, license required to provide a record service. No person shall engage in a business of providing record services within the area of the metropolitan government where the first obtaining and keeping in force a license from the commission to operate a record service as set out in section 680-150, or a license to operate an emergency record service as set out in section 685-25. MCL 680-130, making false statements, power not to grant an application. Any person making a false statement in an application required by the commission shall forfeit his license or permit and shall not be eligible to receive or hold a license or permit from the commission for a period of 10 years. The commission shall have the power to not issue any license or permit when it finds that such an issuance would interfere with the public health, safety, or welfare of this community. MCL 680-160B, license fees, expiration, transfer, and display. B, a license issued hereunder shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred without commission approval and shall expire immediately upon the license terminating the record service or upon ratification by the commission. MCL 680-230B, record permit, fees, transfer, expiration, and display. A record permit issued hereunder shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred from one licensee to another and shall expire immediately upon the license terminating the record service or on revocation by the commission. A record permit may be transferred from one record of the license to another record of the license in accordance with the rules, regulations of this commission whenever a record is taken out of service or exchanged for another. MCL 680-535B and 680-535D, emergency record license, fees, expiration, transfer, and display. A license issued hereunder shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred without commission approval, shall expire immediately upon the license terminating the emergency record service or upon revocation by the commission. MCL 680-535D, emergency record license, fees, expiration, transfer, and display. No licensee shall operate a record automobile used for towing purposes to remove vehicles from any street, alley, road, highway, or thoroughfare or property, whether public or private, located within the area of the metropolitan government, or for towing vehicles over streets, alleys, roads, highways, and thoroughfares within the area of the metropolitan government, unless a licensee decal is obtained from the commission annually for each record automobile. And Metro Code 680-545D, service zones, transfer of zone assignments. D, transfer of zone assignments. No licensee designated by the commission to provide emergency record service within an assigned emergency record service zone shall sell, assign, mortgage, bequeath, or otherwise transfer the right to service such as assigned zone without commission approval for following a public hearing as required in section D2 of this section. Sorry, I know that's a little lengthy, but I just wanted to make sure that is on the record. The commission is here today to determine whether there's a violation of the Metro Code provisions individually or if there are violations of multiple code provisions. Given Dad's Towing Service and Nashville West Wrecker operate under separate permits, I'd suggest to the commission that they rule on each permit holder separately. I believe the core question here is whether these parties are operating as a partnership as indicated by the permit holders. Tennessee cases have defined a partnership and elucidated in TCA 6611105A as the partnership as an association of two or more persons to carry on as co-owners of a business for profit. To determine whether a partnership exists, one must ascertain the intention of the parties. If the commission determines that the relationship between Dad's Towing and Guardian and West Nashville Wrecker and Guardian is not a partnership, there would be a question of whether the Metro Code provisions have been violated. If there's been a violation of the provision, the commission would then determine whether pursuant to MCL 680-620A, whether to revoke, suspend, revoke, or place on probation the licensee and permits previously issued. It appears that all parties have attorneys here today. I'm sure one of them will let the commission know if they feel I've misstated anything. Before the commission are the copies of the proposed agenda. Generally, each party will have a chance to make an opening statement. Metro Transportation Licensing Commission staff will present the result of their investigation, and then each party will have a chance to present evidence as well. And then each party will have the opportunity to have a closing statement. Commission members are allowed to ask questions at any time, but I would suggest that the time to ask questions is during each party's evidentiary period, and that's the 20-minute period. If a commission member asks a question, I'll stop the clock to give the party time to respond. Once the public hearing portion of the meeting is closed, the commission will have the opportunity to deliberate, and commission members may not ask questions of parties or staff once the public hearing portion of the meeting is closed, unless there is a motion to reopen the public hearing portion of the meeting. Yes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Commission members, once they've closed the public hearing portion of the meeting, cannot ask questions of outside parties, any of the parties or staff, unless there is a motion to reopen the public hearing portion of the meeting. I'll be keeping time for the parties during presentations. I didn't quite know that we could post it up there, but here we go. I'm going to give a 1-minute warning at the end of each party's opening. When you have 1 minute left, I'll hold up my hand. When you run out of time, let you know. And for the evidentiary portion, I will give a 5-minute warning, a 1-minute warning, and then let everyone know when it's done. If a party wants to give me separate instructions for their portion of the presentation, please let me know, and I will try to accommodate that request. We do have a court reporter here for one of the parties. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself before you speak, I think that will help her create a record. As a preliminary matter, I'd ask I understand the chair has a statement as well, and I'd ask the commission to adopt the agenda in front of them before moving forward.
All right, Mr. Marcy, I understand you've circulated this proposed agenda to all the parties' representatives.
I did, and the parties had the opportunity to comment on it.
Would the lawyers who are representing the parties involved in this matter please come forward for a moment? And whoever is lead counsel for each party, if you would please identify yourself for me.
So I'm Emily Lamb from Winstead Law Firm. This is Richard Massoni from Winstead Law Firm. He and I are co-leads.
Okay.
And Germane Oliver is one of my partners here, and Larissa Sneedern is one of Mr. Massoni's partners.
From McGuire Woods.
I'm sorry, speak up.
Richard Massoni from McGuire Woods, and Larissa Sneedern is also from McGuire Woods.
All right.
Mr. Massoni and I will be handling the presentation.
Okay.
Chair, I think they need to be on the microphone so the
All
public
right,
can hear.
I'm sorry. If you could just go back there where the tables are. And Ms. Lamb, could you start again, please, for the public record, or for the public audience?
Ms. Lamb, could you and your colleagues please say which party you're representing as well?
Yes, I am Emily Lamb from Winstead Law Firm. I am lead co-counsel with Mr. Massoni, who will introduce himself next. I'm here on behalf of DADS, West Nashville, and Guardian Fleet Services.
Ms. Lamb, I forget myself to do I understand that you are in agreement with this, the proposed procedures for going forward with this hearing?
I am. We would request that because the parties are so intricately connected, we would like to combine our presentations into one. Rather than 20 minutes and 20 minutes, we will be going back and forth between the two of us.
Sounds like it saves time, and I don't think anybody on the commission would be opposed to that.
That's our goal.
So, okay. All right.
Hello, Richard Massoni from McGuire Woods. I represent Guardian Fleet Services and DADS and West Nashville.
Welcome.
Thank you.
And if I could make one point of clarification, we would like to combine our presentations, but we would like the full 40 minutes as if we were, I get 20 minutes and each party gets 20 minutes.
Mr. Marsh, have you thought through that?
I would say it would be up to the chair. However, we have allocated 20 minutes for both DADS and Nashville West Nashville Wrecker, and Guardian, if they want to combine their presentations. I think that would be up to the chair.
All right. For the full time slot. Okay.
That's right.
All right. Who's up next?
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Josh Lee with Thompson Burton Law Firm. I'm representing STR Towing.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review this, the procedures that Mr. Marsh has set out here, and you agreed to those?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Oliver, were you also involved?
Yes, sir. My name is Jeremy Oliver. I'm also an attorney with Winstead PC here in Nashville, co-counsel with Ms. Lamb.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Now, I'm going to ask the commission what you think about the agenda that was circulated. Are you
I'd be
in
glad to
agreement with
move approval of the agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Any discussion before we take a vote?
So in regards to the request to have Dad's Towing West Nashville have 40 minutes instead of 20, I'm open to them having more time, but I would also request that STR has the same amount of time.
It was my understanding that the 20 and the 20 were being combined, not being created to 60.
That's my understanding as well, but
Just
they
to
were
be clear.
requesting 40 minutes. So I wanted to discuss that.
I think it was,
Yeah, I apologize to everybody, but you really got to get in front of these mics.
We spoke to Mr. Marsh and clarified, and Mr. Lee was on that email and clarified that Dad's in West Nashville gets 20 minutes, STR gets 20 minutes, and Guardian gets 20 minutes. So we're not asking that Dad's in West Nashville get 40 and they both get 20. We're asking that Dad's and Guardian be combined. So the net effect is that it will be 60 minutes total, divided by between the three parties, but two of them will be, just because our stories play off of each other and our arguments play off of each other, for us to be able to go back and forth. I think that would make it honestly easier for the commission to follow our arguments.
Thank you for clarifying. And
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't, what is being requested does not change fundamentally the allocation of time that has been agreed upon between the parties.
thank
Okay.
you. There's a motion.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting the agenda for the hearing for the Transportation Licensing Commission's consideration of the matter before us, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Now,
Oh, sorry.
you go
I
ahead.
was going to say, Mr. Chair, I believe that you did have a question that was left open that I did not address, which was the burden of proof.
Yes.
So as laid out, 680, 620A does not have a burden of proof stated in it. I believe the general, if there is not a burden of proof stated in a civil in a civil matter, it would be a preponderance of the evidence standard. And I do believe that burden would be upon STR.
Who brought the complaint?
Yes.
Okay. And as I understand, that's typically 4951.
Yeah, I think it's, yes, more likely than not.
Yes, okay. All right, there was one statement I wanted to make to all the lawyers representing the parties. You may have witnesses, they will be placed under oath today. The other thing is, the commissioners received a significant amount of paperwork, letters, emails, exhibits, memorandums from the various different parties, including Metro Legal. That came on Tuesday in a shared folder. I don't want anybody to assume that everybody up here has reviewed everything. And so if you have something that you want to be put into the record for our consideration today, please either present it to us or identify it in that shared folder. And I believe that Mr. Sheffley can put it up on the board up there. But I want you to make sure you tell us what you're introducing. Being an old criminal lawyer, like a criminal defense lawyer, I call it evidence, but what exhibits you're actually asking us to consider for your various different positions today. Because it's just not fair to think that we have reviewed everything thoroughly to where it's memorized today when we only received it on Tuesday, and we received an update yesterday, I believe. So.
Mr. Chairman, also, if there were so many documents, is there a possibility on the front end that we could agree? Several of the documents seem to be talking about the character of the persons. And to me, that if we could not go through all of those, or at least agree that there were a number of people who submitted statements about Mr. Mitchell.
I think those would be considerations if we find that there was a violation of our rules, the character letters. But at this point, I'm not gonna tie anybody's hands on what they want to present. We can determine whether it's relevant or not as the evidence is being introduced. I'm just forewarning you. Don't just assume that we've seen something in those shared documents and that it's right here for us to remember today, because there were, what, a couple hundred pages? One of them I saw with the exhibits was over 88 pages alone, so.
Certainly hundreds of pages.
All right. Is that fair?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lee and I and Mr. Bissoni spoke to Mr. Marsh before the meeting. We would like for everything that was submitted to be considered part of the record. We're happy to go through those one by one and identify them, understanding that y'all haven't reviewed them necessarily ahead of time. We would still like them to be considered part of the record, as that was our understanding from Mr. Marsh on Tuesday, that anything we submitted would be considered part of the record.
Well, it might be in the record, but how can you say that we've considered it if we haven't even seen it yet? I mean, that, you know, because what I'm concerned about is that a decision here, you may assume that we have seen something and that that's part of our decision process, but that's not fair unless you present it today. This is the hearing today for presenting your proof.
Sure. So I'm just saying, do we need to go through, if we need to pull up the shared folder and go through them one by one, we're happy to do that.
Yeah, unless they're collective, unless you can summarize them in a collective exhibit, so.
Sure. Do you want me to do that now? I'm not sure what the procedure is. I've never
We're
seen
going to
that.
start with the opening statement.
I think that would be done during your portion, your evidentiary
During your
portion.
proof, yeah.
But it will not count against our 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're going to hold you to it. You cannot expect you cannot expect that something that you dump into a shared folder is suddenly part of the record unless you want us to take it under advisement and spend the next month or so reviewing everything.
I will defer to your counsel on whether you should take it under advisement, but I just would like the record to reflect that we were all of the parties were advised. Historically, according to the rules, to my understanding, Mr. Rooker has always said anything submitted by Friday close of business will be provided to the board to consider in advance of the meeting. On Tuesday, an email came out that said anything that you would like the board to consider prior to the hearing, please submit by close of business on Wednesday. I then responded to Mr. Marsh and said, can you please clarify that even if we hand stuff out in person, it will still be considered part of the record? That's the way it is historically done here and at any other board and commission I've ever advised or been in front of, and he affirmed that. So I would request that if we are going to have to do this individually, it not count against our time, because that's not what we prepared for, because that's not what we were advised. So I think it is arguably a violation of our due process rights. I'm going to let your counsel advise you on that, but if we need to go through them individually, I'm more than happy to do that, but would respectfully request that it not count against our time.
Won't you be reviewing the documents when you give your presentation, when you present your case during the argument section?
Not one by one, we'll be referencing them, but we're not going to review them one by one.
Let's see. Why don't we get started?
Yeah.
TD, do you have something?
I was just going to say to the chair, procedurally over here, I will not be able to keep a timer and show a PowerPoint presentation and access the shared file all at one time. So if I can access the shared file and bring up any documents, I'm able to do that. But the screen wouldn't be able to use for two things. If there's also a presentation with the PowerPoint, and if it's also the time being kept, won't be able to do all three.
Why don't we see how they go for presentation of their arguments or their proof? I mean, that's what the 20 minutes is for, is presenting their proof. So why don't we see where they are and how they reference things, and then the commission can decide whether we're in a position to thoroughly deliberate today or not. All right. Mr. Marsh, I see the first person for 5 minutes opening statement is STR Towing and Licensing.
That's correct.
All right.
Hello again, Commissioners. Thank you very much. I know this has been quite the process to get us to the stage. I am interested procedurally as we go along to find out if there's been a position by staff on this. Often from a burden of proof perspective, these are allegations that are brought by staff. You know, in this case, we have brought this issue to the Commission's attention. That's not been presented yet, but I wanted to mention that. Additionally, I wanted to maybe clear the air a little bit. STR is not bringing an allegation that Mr. Jimmy Mitchell is a bad guy, has a bad character, hasn't donated his time or, operated in a way that's great for the community. In fact, all of those character references are exactly what this commission should be considering in terms of who should have an emergency wrecker zone before the commission. And that's exactly what the commission wasn't able to do when this transaction occurred. So typically, you've got a zone and you're going to evaluate the emergency wreckers who apply, and you're able to vet those emergency wreckers and determine who is running the company. Are they trustworthy? Do they have insurance? Have they done the background check that we've heard a lot about during the hearing today? And then you're able to make a decision. Additionally, in previous cases, we'll present to you, 2008 in particular, there was a zone that came open and a transfer was asked for. And when the transfer was asked for, public notice was provided, and multiple companies, including Mr. Jimmy Mitchell, presented to the commission and asked for that zone. The commission looked at the different applicants and determined who should be awarded that zone. And this zone is very important for the Metropolitan government. This is somebody that the Metropolitan government is relying on to answer its calls, Metro's calls for service. So you have a critical role in evaluating who is actually operating this zone. So, turning to the facts here, one thing we wanted to clear up is the transfers that were listed, and we'll go through this evidence as it goes in, but the Counsel for Guardian, Fleet Services, DADS, and West Nashville presented a number of other sales that have been approved by this commission. But what they didn't present, at least up to this point, was that any of those sales were under the guise of the ruse of a partnership. They were, we want to sell our company, please approve it. And the commission voted, second, yes, all in favor, aye. That's what's supposed to happen, and that's what did not happen in this case. So what did happen in this case? And you have this evidence in front of you. We'll go through it during our presentation. But an equity purchase agreement was entered into. The Guardian Fleet Services purchased 100% of the equity of DADS and West Nashville through membership interests on the one hand or through corporate stock on the other. And yes, there was a split of the stock. And so I believe something totaling maybe 5% of the overall stock continues to be owned by Mr. Jimmy Mitchell, according to the documents that have been presented up to that point. But what's important is you have in front of you the amendment to the Articles of Incorporation that describe what that Class B stock is and what it's not. It does not hold any rights to profit, does not hold any rights to voting or governance, and it doesn't hold any rights to funds that would be distributed from the company if it was dissolved. It's not ownership. It's a different class of stock. So the language that you have to look at here was read into the record by Mr. Marsh. Has this zone, has this license, has this permit been sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred? This is not just an issue about sale. You can find that this wasn't a sale, that the assets, the license wasn't a sale, but was it an assignment? Or like the Metro Code drafters very astutely included, a broad catch-all for otherwise transfer. And that's what we assert here has happened. Excuse me. So the respondent here seems to have two related legal arguments. First, that the sale of 100% of the equity, governance rights, and private distributions is not a transfer of the license because it's an equity transaction instead of a sale of their assets. They assert you it's still DADS in West Nashville that's operating. Our positions, that's not at all clear based on the information that we have and we will present. The logos have changed, paychecks are coming from Guardian. We want you to look at the meaning of the language in that restriction. This otherwise transfer is very broad. They're also going to argue about, well, in another section of the Metro Code, we include the change in control. Well, that section was adopted almost 20 years later, or more than 20 years after this. And to say that you have to read those of the same meaning, that the Metro Code drafters, our respectable Metro Counsel, somehow thought about the language there versus the language here, is just not consistent with the normal rules of statutory construction. I know I'm running out of time. I would like to save our discussion on remedies, which will be something that we will go into detail on at the end.
That is time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, Ms. Lamb, are you asking for 10 minutes during this opening?
No, 5 minutes. But I would like, before I start, a couple of points of clarification. I'm still unclear on if we need to go through the documents that were submitted one by one. And also clarify, we have no issue if the board chooses to take this under advisement for a month or two or however long you need to review the documents, if you would prefer to do it that way. But I would like some clarification on what constitutes the record. We would like to preserve our rights on appeal.
All right, we've got one commissioner who says she's
I've read all the documents. I've also read all the documents.
I went through all the documents.
I mean,
I can't say, I'm at about 90% of the documents because some of them just came in like yesterday. But I have been following all the documents that have been sent to me. And I would think that we're going to consider anything you say. So if you think it relevant and important and you bring it before us, you know what you're trying to get us to understand.
Commissioner Hayes?
I have not read all the documents. I will not be here for board deliberation today. I'm going to excuse myself shortly. If this is on appeal, I'm going to watch the video certainly, and we'll read all of the documents if this comes back and is not decided today. But I got about halfway through, and then the link expired, so I didn't get through it all today.
Commissioner Rogers?
I would say I'm about the same as Commissioner Butterworth. I may not have read everything, but I've looked through all of it.
All right.
I mean, I'll just say from my review, it looked like there were a significant amount of personal submissions by people who were attesting to the character of Mr. Mitchell, which is by all accounts top-notch. And that falls into a bucket. And then there's a lot of duplicative pieces of the 135 or whatever pages. So, and it includes briefing and some affidavits and that sort of thing. So it seems like reference in their presentation to those, and if there's some piece of information from one of those that they want to address, I mean, it seems like they could cover it in their 40 minutes and then.
I agree. I went through the documents. What I was most concerned about was the exhibits that were submitted on behalf of Metro that were lengthy in there. Most of what I saw were the fine letters of character letters about Mr. Mitchell, but also the memorandums submitted by Ms. Lamb. I think you submitted one and Metro did as well. So
I do believe Ms. Haber would have to speak to that, given that she is representing staff on this one.
There was also your letter in there.
Yes, our letter should have been in the SharePoint. It was in the SharePoint, I checked. And we provided that to the commission on November 26th with our exhibits attached that are part of this record.
All right.
So do we need to go through them one by one, or are they on the record? I'm not trying to be obnoxious, I'm just trying to understand.
I think you can reference them, and then if we have concerns about needing to look at them or something, we may take it under advisement. But
Thank you.
I'm going to leave it up to when we have our deliberations here.
Okay, so. Thank you. Commissioners, this case is not about a transfer of towing, I'm sorry, this case is not about unsafe towing practices. It's not about unlicensed trucks on Nashville streets, and it certainly is not about any public complaint against Dads or West Nashville, because there are 0 validated complaints against either company in more than 20 years. There have been complaints, they've been investigated and dismissed. This case is here for one reason. A competitor in a cutthroat industry wants the zones held by Dads in West Nashville and is asking this commission to read Chapter 6.80 in a way that it has never been read, has never been enforced, and it was never intended, stretching it far beyond the plain language of the ordinance and the basic tenets of Tennessee law. At its core, the allegation is that Jim Mitchell sold or transferred wrecker licenses, permits, or zones to Guardian without commission approval, and that he misled the commission, calling it a partnership. The evidence will show the opposite. No license was sold, no permit was transferred, and no zone changed hands. No misrepresentation occurred here. The licensed entities before you, Dads in West Nashville, are the exact same legal entities that have held these licenses for years. They still exist, they still operate, and they still hold every license in their names. Historically, this commission has approved many ownership changes so long as the licensed entity remains intact and accountable. The level of scrutiny being applied here is unprecedented, inconsistent with prior practice, and quite frankly, arbitrary and capricious. Even today on the consent agenda, this commission passed on consent a modified ownership, adding a partner to an LLC. Jim Mitchell has worked in Nashville towing for over 50 years. He founded Dad's in 2003, purchased West Nashville in 2013, and grew both companies exponentially. Dad's in West Nashville are safe, ethical operators with no validated complaints in 2 decades, and they are the only 2 companies authorized to serve the Nashville International Airport. Mr. Mitchell is deeply dedicated to his employees and community. After losing his 2 sons and his wife, with no family members to inherit his business, he needed to plan for the care for his 85-plus employees long-term. This is what led him to Scotty Crockett. Mr. Crockett is a 3rd-generation tower who took over his family business in 2007, grew it exponentially, and co-founded what is now Guardian Fleet Services, where he served as president. Guardian is built from family towing companies and is committed to preserving local company culture. In nearly all of its acquisitions of ownership interests and partnerships, founding owners stay on, and employees are retained and given the opportunity to advance. STR, who brought this complaint, is a direct competitor. They have already taken multiple of Dad's and West Nashville's employees in recent months, and they have used confidential pricing sheets provided by a former West Nashville employee to underbid and take the Metro Fleet management contract previously given to West Nashville. You heard in public comment that they have not consistently applied the rules, specifically with respect to the Tennessee Highway Patrol. And STR has a clear motive here. It's not to protect Nashville's community, and it is to use this commission as a means to expand its own market share by eliminating a respected competitor. 9 months before this transaction closed, Mr. Mitchell contacted TLC leadership, Billy Fields, to discuss whether a sailor partnership was appropriate. Mr. Fields advised, he was director of the TLC at the time, and he advised that if Mr. Mitchell did not plan to exit the business altogether, a partnership made more sense. 5 months before closing, there was a delay because one of his sons died unexpectedly. He contacted the new TLC director, Mr. Rooker, for guidance on the ownership structure changes. Mr. Rooker instructed him to submit a letter making a formal request to the board. Mr. Mitchell did exactly that, clearly identifying both Dad's and West Nashville on the phone with Mr. Rooker, with Mr. Fields, and in a letter stating, asking that Guardian of the Highways be added as a partner, quote, to our existing operation. Mr. Mitchell is not a lawyer. When he said partner, he used the word in the ordinary people, as the way ordinary people do, the colloquial sense. He wanted someone to share the work with, share the risk, and stay involved. Dad's in West Nashville still exist. Mr. Mitchell still owns ownership, manages overnight and emergency operations, and Guardian provides improved payroll technology, dispatch systems, and employee benefits. So they are working together. They are partners in the common understanding of that word. And most importantly, there has been no harm. The remedy here is not to revoke a permit, but to allow us to, because we followed the procedures and there's no harm done, to allow us to cure the remedy by whatever means this board, or this commission rather, sees fit. So we're going to ask you to uphold the law as written and as historically interpreted and applied, recognize that no transfer of the permits occurred, no misrepresentations were made, and allow these longstanding Nashville companies to continue serving this community.
Good afternoon. As I said before, my name is Richard Masoni. I'm an attorney with McGuire Woods, based in Charlottesville, Virginia. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I served as the lead deal counsel for Guardian in the transaction at issue. I've been working alongside Emily over the past few months to respond to the issues that have been raised by STR. It appears that despite our extensive efforts to explain the transaction and to provide documents demonstrating how it was structured, there remains a misunderstanding about what occurred, how that fits into the Nashville Metro ordinances, and whether my client's description of the transaction was accurate. I'm hopeful I can help the commission understand what actually happened here, because if that is understood, I'm confident you will find that, number one, the Metro Code's record ordinance does not apply to this transaction because no licenses were transferred, and number two, the transaction was not misrepresented to the commission in any way. In our presentation, I'll explain how the Metro Code record ordinance is clear and unambiguous, how it should be interpreted under general principles of statutory interpretation, and as told by the U.S. Supreme Court, the Tennessee Supreme Court, and as confirmed by a professor of business law at the University of Tennessee. I will address how the ordinances regarding transfer apply, or to put a finer point on it, absolutely do not apply to the transaction at issue. I'll also explain why the conclusions drawn by STR, as well as Metro Legal, about the effect of the transaction, including the presentations you will hear from STR's lawyers and from Metro Legal, reflect a lack of understanding of the transaction and its effects on the parties, and how in reality, the transaction resulted in a true business partnership between Guardian and Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Mitchell's economic interest in the companies is substantial, to the tune of over $1 million a year in first priority payments out of the company's profits. Finally, I also want to make clear that my clients have no interest and never had any interest in misrepresenting the transaction to the Commission or to anyone else. In their statements to the Commission, they use language such as partnership, acquisition, and merger to describe the transaction as they understood it. They use language that a corporate lawyer wouldn't use. Rather, they spoke about the transaction as people who spent their lives in the real world operating towing companies. In addition, they've been reluctant to share personal and proprietary details about their transaction, and for good reason. These include personal financial information about Jim, as well as closely held trade secrets of Guardian, Dad's, and West Nashville that have never been shared with anyone. Through this process, many of those sensitive details have become a matter of public record and have been directly disclosed to my clients' direct competitors. Today, STR will try to use those details against my clients to distort their meaning and to take away their business. I'm here to do everything I can to prevent that injustice from happening. I look forward to giving your full presentation and testimony. Thank you.
Who's going to be presenting for Metro? Okay.
That would be me, Chair. As I stated earlier when the hearing began, we were tasked along with staff to conduct an investigation into the allegations of STR Towing. In light of the discussion held at the beginning of the hearing, we were going to waive our time, but I think I'll read our findings into the record just so that it's clear what our findings were. So the investigation revealed the following pertinent information regarding Dad's Towing. At the time Jimmy Mitchell requested to add a partner, Dad's Towing was a Tennessee corporation that was 100% owned by Jimmy Mitchell through the sole ownership of 1,000 shares of Class A stock. On March 27th, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell, as a sole shareholder, submitted a charter amendment to the Tennessee Secretary of State that changed the stock structure of Dad's Towing from a single class of stock to two classes of stock, Class A and Class B. And that information can be found in the Articles of Amendment for Dad's Towing, annexed to our memorandum dated November 26th as Exhibit F, as in Frank. Pursuant to the charter amendment, the prior Class A stock was exchanged and reclassified to 950 shares of Class A stock and 50 shares of Class B stock. You can also find that information in Exhibit F as in Frank. On April 1, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell, as the sole shareholder of Dad's Towing, executed a written consent with Guardian that resulted in the resignation and removal of current officers of the company and the appointment of new officers. Guardian personnel comprised 4 of the 5 new positions, including chairman and president, and Jimmy Mitchell was appointed as a vice president. That information is contained in the written consent of the Board of Directors of Dad's Towing Services, Inc. at Exhibit E to our memorandum of November 26th. On April 1, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell also entered into a shareholder agreement with Guardian. Guardian and Dad's declined to provide that agreement, citing confidentiality concerns. On April 1st, 2025, Dad's and West Nashville and Jimmy Mitchell also entered into an equity purchase agreement with Guardian, which provides, among other things, that, quote, the transactions contemplated under this agreement are intended to be treated for all applicable income tax purposes as follows. And then I have 4 ellipses. The sale of 100% of the equity interest of Dad's Towing is intended to be treated as a taxable purchase of common stock, end quote. That information is contained in the equity purchase agreement annexed as Exhibit G to our memorandum dated November 26th at section 4.04. On April 1, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell sold the 950 shares of Class A stock to Guardian and retained only 50 shares of Class B stock. That information is contained in Exhibit G to the November 26th memorandum. G, Exhibit G as in George. The Class B stock has no voting rights, no rights to profit, dividends, or distributions, and no rights to payment upon dissolution of the business. That information is contained in Articles of Amendment at Exhibit F as in Frank. On April 2, 2025, Guardian announced its, quote, acquisition, end quote, of Dad's Towing and West Nashville Wrecker. That information is contained in the Guardian press releases, which are within Exhibit C as in Charlie and D as in Dave to our memorandum dated November 26th. On June 12th, 2025, both Jimmy Mitchell and Scotty Allen Crockett appeared before the MTLC and testified that they were in a partnership. Mr. Crockett also testified that the companies merged. That information may be found at the Metro Nashville Network recording of the June 12 meeting, beginning at 46 minutes. On August 1, 2025, Counsel for Dad's Towing and West Nashville Wrecker emailed a copy of the documents that Mr. Mitchell sent to the Tennessee Highway Patrol to Director Rooker on behalf of Dad's Towing and West Nashville Wrecker, and again conveyed that Mr. Mitchell and Guardian had entered into a partnership. That can be found in Exhibit E to our memorandum dated November 26. The investigation revealed the following pertinent information regarding West Nashville Wrecker. At the time Jimmy Mitchell requested to add a partner to West Nashville Wrecker was a single-member LLC, with Jimmy Mitchell being the sole member and 100% owner of the membership interests. On April 1, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell, as the sole and managing member of West Nashville Wrecker, executed a written consent with Guardian that resulted in Guardian accepting Mr. Mitchell's resignation and removal as the sole manager, and Guardian becoming the voting member and sole manager of West Nashville Wrecker. The written consent also resulted in the resignation and removal of the current officers of the company and the appointment of new officers. Guardian personnel comprised 4 of the 5 new positions, including chairman and president, and Mr. Mitchell was appointed as a vice president. That information is contained in the written consent of the voting member and sole manager of Mitchell's West Nashville Wrecker Service LLC at Exhibit E to our November 26 memorandum. On April 1, 2025, West Nashville Wrecker and Dad's Towing also entered into an equity purchase agreement with Guardian, which provides that, quote, the transactions contemplated under this agreement are intended to be treated for all applicable income tax purposes as follows. A, the sale of 100% of the equity interest of West Nashville is intended to be treated as a taxable purchase of common stock. And then the sentence continues, but that's the pertinent sentence, and the quote ends there. That's contained in Exhibit G to our November 26th memorandum at section 4.04. On April 1, 2025, Jimmy Mitchell also entered into an amended and restated operating agreement with Guardian. That information is contained in the written consent for West Nashville at Exhibit E to our November 26th memorandum. However, Guardian and Dad's and West Nashville declined to produce that document, citing confidentiality concerns. Following the transactions between Guardian and West Nashville Wrecker, Mr. Mitchell retained a 5% membership interest in West Nashville that is categorized as, quote, restricted. That information is generally contained in Exhibit I and also in Exhibit H, which is the West Nashville Wrecker capitalization table. We, the Department of Law, requested information regarding the restrictions and what the restrictions involved, and the Guardian and Dad's and West Nashville declined to provide that information, citing confidentiality concerns. On April 2nd, 2025, Guardian announced its acquisition of West Nashville Wrecker and Dad's Towing. That's within those press releases at Exhibit C and D, as in dog. On June 12, 2025, both Jimmy Mitchell and Scotty Allen Crockett appeared before the TLC and testified that they were in the partnership. And Mr. Crockett also testified that the companies merged, and that's in that Metro Nashville Network recording dated June 12, 2025. I'm sorry, not dated June 12th. It's of the Metro Nashville Network recording of the June 12th, 2025 meeting. And on August 1, 2025, Counsel for Dad's Towing and West Nashville Wrecker emailed a copy of the documents that Mr. Mitchell sent to the Tennessee Highway Patrol to Director Rooker on behalf of Dad's Towing and West Nashville Wrecker, and again conveyed that Mr. Mitchell and Guardian entered into a partnership. And that's at Exhibit E. So those are the findings from our investigation that we have put before you to use to determine whether Mr. Mitchell added a partner when he requested to add Guardian to his business, or whether he in fact sold both businesses to Guardian. And we'll waive the remainder of the time, and we'll just let you know that we are here, Ms. Mickelson and I are here to answer questions about the Metro Code and the investigation itself. Mr. Hall can answer questions about the corporate transaction, and Mr. Rooker and Mr. Schlafer are here to discuss any factual or operational questions you may have.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was 9 minutes.
All right, are we ready for STR Towing and Licensing to present their proof?
You said this is the time we can ask questions.
Of course.
Ms. Haber, a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the Tennessee Highway Patrol. Did you all get a copy of their decision in this matter? And if so, can you share that with the commission?
We are not aware of any decision that was issued by the Tennessee Highway Patrol. It was our understanding, and Ms. Lamb may actually be the proper person to answer this question, but my understanding is they opened an investigation when they saw the press release about the acquisition, and that they determined it was a transfer of ownership, but that there was nothing that needed to be, okay.
They did not. You said they did make a finding of change of ownership?
We had a conversation with the attorney from the THP during the course of our investigation, and that's what was revealed, that they did determine that. But I don't know if it was like a formal finding or not, or if it was her opinion. It wasn't clear, but that was what we learned. There was a transfer of ownership from them.
Thank you.
I can clarify if you want me to. So they did review all of the documents, documents that we initially submitted to Metro were the documents that we submitted to the Tennessee Highway Patrol. They performed this investigation after STR filed a complaint to them as well. They determined that there was a change in control, but that it did not constitute transfer as far as their law was concerned.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So, as I'm following this, and have been following it since I've started getting the paperwork, it's my understanding that everything that we've been discussed is not new information to legal or to this board or council. I know it's not new information for me. I was there during the meeting, during the transfer of that zone. So everything that transpired since the transfer of that particular zone where I can't think of her name. Her husband died, and she came to the meeting and said that she had had a discussion with Mr. Mitchell about buying her company, and it included a zone, but that zone had to be transferred by the committee. I was there at that particular meeting. So it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there was no new information came to legal or to Mr. Rooker during this time before STR brought it to your attention that there was any misconduct.
I'm going to refer that to staff.
We had no knowledge until the complaint came in. And that's when we brought the complaint to the commission, and that's when you asked us to investigate.
Right, but all documents were in place prior to the investigation.
Well, no, none of these corporate documents were provided to the TLC prior to the investigation.
Not the corporate documents, but the transfer of zones and the transfer of the partnership. Those documents were brought before the board prior to STR.
I'm going to let Mr. Schlafer take this one.
We received a request to add a partner to the existing operation of Dad's West Nashville, and so we followed our process for a partner being added, which would be to background check the partner coming on and to submit that to you on the consent agenda for your approval.
And it was submitted and we approved it.
In November of 2024.
It's my understanding that at the time the approval was given, the name of the entity given was Guardian of the Highways, which is not, I believe, an actual legal name of any of the businesses, and the action only applied to Dad's and not to West. That is the action that is of record.
I'm going to pause you for a second because I why don't you take notes on these things that you want to bring during your presentation, okay?
Understood.
And we'll consider it as answering a question and pause your time rather than have us piecemeal up and down, up and down.
So the letter that was submitted had Dad's letterhead, but in his signature, it said both Dad's and West Nashville? I don't think so. No, it did.
It did. It does.
And so it was a clerical error on the part of the TLC to have not also included West Nashville.
That is correct.
Mr. Rooker, can you elaborate on that?
Yes,
I
sir.
think you addressed that
Staff at the time took the paperwork in. It was applied to Dad's. There's no question Mr. Mitchell was trying to make both companies a partnership. There's no question about that. As it came to you, it only came to you as Dad's. The reason it'll be easy to clean up, and the reason we haven't is because based upon your decision today, if you decide that that's not a partnership, there would be no reason for that to come in front of you. If you decide that it is a partnership, then next month we'll bring it in front of you and correct the clerical error. TD, you want to add anything to that?
That sounded good, yeah.
I'm going to say that I was at that meeting and it was our understanding. I'm just owning a corporation. I'm looking at. I'm just out of all the stuff that I have reviewed. I understand why the latter part of this has come before us, but I'm a little miffed on us just admitting we made a clerical error on the former part of if this was West Nashville Tow and Dad's as a partnership. I think that does need to be cleaned up so that we can get past that part of it. And I don't know if that needs to be done today or if that needs to be put on another agenda, but it seems to be a sticking point.
I apologize for misreading this letter, but I looked at the letterhead and then it talks about our existing operation and not operations. So this kind of implies that there are not two entities, that there's one. So a lot of the information is a little bit mixed.
Our entire staff, well, first of all, I'll say I am the one who types up the agenda, so I can take responsibility for not catching this. But our entire staff has the ability to review the agenda before it goes out, and we all missed it. This is the letter that you have. I've put it up on the screen. It was a misinterpretation due to the Dad's letterhead that the request was only for Dad's. We come to understand now, and Mr. Mitchell has stated that the request was intended to be for both companies. And through the process we have to add a partner, that's a very easy correction that can be made.
I recommend that we get back on the agenda to STR Towing and Licensing. You're up for your 20 minutes.
Mr. Chair, if I may speak just quickly, I would ask that if parties have a question they'd like to answer, they wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking, just for clarity.
Make sure your mic is on.
Apologies, I want to get my timer going so I don't run over and keep an eye on that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Lee, is this your PowerPoint here?
It is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and if you'll leave that first slide up for just a few moments, that would be great. We have two witnesses that we'd like to call to present some additional information. We welcome questions as we go through this information, so please do ask the questions, and we're glad. I've got corporate experience in my background as well as Metro legal experience, so familiar with both the Metro Code as well as the corporate transaction, and hope we have the opportunity to fully explain our position as to this transaction.
Before we get started, why don't you bring your witnesses up so I can swear them in, okay?
Absolutely. Dalton, if you'll come up.
And just for clarity, witness swearing in will not count against anyone's time.
Whoever the witnesses are, will you raise your right hand, please? Right hand, okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, and when you get ready to testify, make sure you state your name again. I recognize you, but...
My name's Dalton Birch.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commission. Commissioners, we've got a number of points to get through, so we want to be considerate of our time. The first thing I wanted to get to was presentation by the owner of STR Towing, Mr. John Coons. If you'll introduce yourself, and then we'll go through a few topics here.
My name's John Coons, owner, STR Towing and Recovery.
So, Mr. Coons, I know this whole presentation at this point is not really about whether STR is a good company, whether you're a good person, but we've heard a few things about your company's operations. Would you like to take just a minute to address those?
Sure. First, we'll start with the witness that spoke in the 2 minutes at the beginning of the hearing. He worked for us for a couple months in the Clarksville market, never came to Nashville. Any sort of gate fee that he may have charged was on his own accord. He was responsible for any sort of releasing vehicles as part of his job duties. And he made a mention of THP not being qualified. There was a strong delay in bringing him on board to our company because of his background. We had to get clarification from THP that he was going to be able to be employed by us. So that is, just want to clarify that about that person, that statement. Also, several statements about ongoing about the OFM, Metro OFM bid that we stole rates. Any one of us can get on the internet, the Metro website, and see the contracted rates that we submitted, that Mr. Mitchell submitted, that Mr. Mitchell submitted 5 or 6 years ago. We can all see that. So the consistent banter of us stealing his rates is ridiculous. We beat him on every category, not just rates, but also experience and equipment. It was a 3-pronged assessment, and we beat him on all 3. Rates counted for 60% of the bid. We beat him on all of it. It wasn't even close.
Did you use confidential information in setting your prices?
No, it's not confidential. It's public. It's public information.
And with regard to the prices that you set, do you follow the rates that are
Absolutely.
set by law?
It's contracted, yes.
In your review of kind of the Nashville towing regulations and permits and the activities that have happened, did you come across some paychecks that were given to you after this transaction occurred with Guardian?
Yes, once Guardian took ownership of West Nashville Wrecker and Dad's Towing, all new employees got new onboarding packets from Guardian, new benefits. Their paychecks all say Guardian on them. They do not say West Nashville Wrecker.
TD, would you go to slide 3, please? Are these the checks that you had seen?
Yes, that
And
is
these are
correct.
people that told you they were employees of Dad's in West Nashville?
That is correct, yes.
But these checks are issued by Guardian Fleet Services?
That is correct. West Palm Beach, Florida.
TD, would you go to the next slide, please? Would you explain this slide a little bit, Mr. Coons?
So that is the Metro tow count from January to May of this year. That's the only data that is public that I was able to pull. Those percentages are based on what each owner has as far as the volume that they complete in their metro zone. And that 7,236 is the total tow count. Over to the right is the Class C stuff, the big wreckers, the semi-trucks, box trucks, those kind of things. They don't necessarily indicate accidents, but they do indicate towaways by Metro Police. But the names that are in parentheses are the owners of each respective company. So there's a few companies, a few names up there that have multiple companies within different zones. Jimmy Mitchell, obviously West Nashville, Dad's Towing. Michael and John Martin, Martin's Record, Bailey's, Mike's Custom. Doug and David Williams, Tow Pro, A.B. Collier, and Cottons.
And so of the 24% represented by West Nashville and Dad's, again, this isn't the full hearing on whether you might receive a zone, but would you be in a position to take over those calls if you were assigned?
Absolutely, yes.
Will you just take a couple minutes and talk about the resources of STR in general?
So our company is, we have some management that is, our total management experience is in excess of 200 years. A lot of that is managers that have direct experience with Metro emergency record towing. We have several lots around the Middle Tennessee market. We take care of a few different counties on a rotation basis. Of course, we do Tennessee Highway Patrol. We've never had any complaint from Tennessee Highway Patrol or any of the other police departments that we help service. If there's been a complaint, it's been illegitimate, that's been squashed immediately. We have never been suspended from any THP zones, or any sort of police departments have never issued us any penalties. And our business is one where we do a lot of commercial work, commercial customers. Not that we won't tow grandma in her minivan, but we will absolutely take care of her. But we primarily focus on commercial customers.
And there was a reference before of maybe not having an actual storage lot in either of these zones. Would you be in a position to comply with the rules and be able to get one of those lots within the appropriate time period?
We do have a letter of intent on a property that is industrially zoned in the West Nashville zone. Our current primary lot in Davidson County is 2.4 miles away from the West Nashville, the start of the West Nashville zone from downtown Nashville. So we're not far. We've got a little bit of time to get the other location situated. There's quite a bit that goes into it for Metro codes for a use and occupancy permit, but it would not take more than 6 months.
Those are all the questions that I wanted to present from Mr. Coons. Glad to open it up for questions or move on to our next witness we wanted to present.
Looks like you move to your next witness.
Thank you very much. Dalton, will you introduce yourself? You're our next witness, sorry.
Oh, I thought you were my name. My name's Dalton, Break. I used to.
What's your last name?
Break, B-R-A-K-E.
Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where did you work before? Where are you working now?
So currently I'm working at STR Towing Recovery. I've been there for the past few months.
Where were you before?
Before I started at West Nashville Record Service when it was just Jimmy Mitchell. Worked there for almost 3 years. Went great.
And then you were there when the transition happened is that right?
Yes, the transition started to happen. Everybody started to get to hear that a company was coming in, and
So were you given instruction about Jimmy Mitchell's authority with regard to any decision-making at your company?
can you say that again? Sorry.
Were you told about Jimmy Mitchell's authority after this transaction occurred?
Yeah, basically I was told that Jimmy Mitchell, whose hands was tied, that he had nothing to do with it anymore, that it was all Guardian Fleet Services.
Nothing to do with it, meaning the decision-making of the company?
Yes, sir.
Who said this?
Supervisement. The superintendent of West Nashville Record. The superintendent of West Nashville Record and the supervisor of West Nashville Record.
Whose name is what?
Greg, I don't know his last name.
Okay.
And did you have to fill out some additional paperwork as you were transitioned?
I had to go through HR, went through HR, payroll changed. I got my last Mitchell's West Nashville paycheck, and then it changed to Guardian. Everything was different. Went to hourly and commission, like just everything changed. It was not the same company that I started at, so.
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions of him. I'll move into argument unless there's some additional.
I have a question. Did the person who was supervising you change when Guardian came in?
Did he change?
Yeah.
He's still there, I'm assuming, I don't know.
But your supervision never changed?
My supervision of what?
The supervision of you on the job at West Nashville, your supervisor, did that person change?
Your supervisor.
I don't know what you're asking. What do you mean, did he change?
He's asking, did the person change after Guardian bought West Nashville? Did the person that you reported to change?
Changes in what?
Did their
Was
name
it the same
change?
person before and
Did
after
their
the
name-
sale?
Was it the same person?
No, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the same person.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wouldn't understand what you was talking about.
That's okay.
I don't do this that much. I'm not used to it. I'm over sweating.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Had you on the spot for a moment, huh?
TD, would you go back to slide 2, please? So as we discussed earlier, just wanted to go through a bit of our argument and presentation in a little bit more detail for the commission. And again, we do want to facilitate questions and answer any concerns that you may have about our interpretation. The first thing we wanted to bring to the commission's attention are specifically the minutes and referring back to making sure that we're identifying specific documents that we want to make sure have been reviewed and are in the record. These are minutes from 2008, as you can see, where the owner of Custom Towing at that time had decided to sell her company and presented to the commission. A public notice was issued and 2 companies came forward seeking to be transferred to that zone. The commission held a hearing, held from both, asked questions of both, and made a determination of, as a representative of Metro government, who should we award this both valuable zone, but also this responsibility to. And at that time, the commission made the decision, and that is, we submit, the proper way to transfer a zone. Again, noting that Mr. Mitchell was, in fact, there during that time. TD, if you'll go to, I believe it's slide 6, should be the Metro Code section. Yes, excellent. So just wanted to run through this and again, answer any questions that you may have. But we wanted to specifically point out the differences between what you have in front of you as a potential issue here. And this code language tracks with the tow licenses and the tow permits, as well as the emergency wrecker zone. And specifically, they are not permitted to sell, assign, mortgage, bequeath, or otherwise transfer. It's hard to imagine broader language being used by the Metro Code, particularly in light of this type of transaction where you're giving the entire amount of equity to the company. And one thing I encourage the commission to do in listening at the evidence and proof that's put before you, not the documents that are being withheld from you, is there anything that you can rely on to know that when this hearing closes and you make your decision, Mr. Mitchell will continue to be involved with either of these companies? Nothing that I've read in any of these documents support that. He is currently a vice president. He currently has non-voting stock, but with these transactions, there's nothing to say that the owner of the company, guardian, again, different from guardian of the highways that was initially submitted, wouldn't be able to make that decision and transition that out. Yes, there is debt. There's a seller note. But note, you're not allowed to mortgage your zone either. So that's another consideration for the board. And I specifically want to contrast that to the EV language. And once you look down at the EV language, that says you cannot transfer, or no certificate may be assigned, transferred, sold, or given. And then it goes on to define transfer. So even if this commission were to say, you know what, we're going to read these together, even though there's more than 2 decades apart from Metro Council adopting these, the language is still not exactly the same. Here, they just use transfer, and they specifically define that. They don't have a larger list that then concludes with otherwise transfer. In our opinion, it's very specifically trying to get to any kind of creative transaction that corporate attorneys would come up with to try to avoid this type of review and determine, in this case, when you have a pending open emergency record zone application, that you can avoid consideration of that. Instead, you can get on the consent agenda and you can have a quick approval, and then, you know, a few months down the road, the old partner moves off, collects his $1 million in rental and seller note, and the commission's none the wiser. That shouldn't be permitted, and it's not permitted under this ordinance.
Can I make a comment at this point? Is it still his 20 minutes?
So to that note, if you'll go to the next slide. Yes, sir.
I have a question. And you're absolutely correct. And this has been brought before legal before, and we have discussed it as a committee before. And correct me if I'm wrong. We have in the past, and very recent past, and even of today, allowed people to bring on partners, and this question has been brought up. If this person brings this partner on, and 6 months down the road, this partner bows out, is this person still legally the owner of that certificate and company? And the answer has always been yes. We actually do not have a provision or law in place that prohibits that transfer. And it has never been enforced because there's nothing to enforce to prohibit that. Am I legal? Am I incorrect in making that statement?
There are the provisions that prohibit the sale, the otherwise transfer. So if there's an entity that's licensed and the person is no longer involved in that entity, then I do think it's a transfer. I do.
I'm not asking if we think it's a transfer. I'm asking, is there a legal precedent from stopping the procedure or making it an illegal transfer?
If I may respond just briefly.
Yes, sure.
So one of the things that you have in your rules.
Mr. Lee, Ms. Chair, would you like to recognize Mr. Lee? I think.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, just trying to promote clarity.
What you have in your rules require several very important pieces of information with regard to applications for tow permits, tow companies, and also emergency record zones. And that includes a financial statement, it includes the owners of the company, and it includes, quote, the extent of the ownership. And Mr. Rooker has come before you on a number of occasions when you're considering something, and you're like, should this be in front of us? You know, maybe this is an administrative approval. And his response has been consistently, and I think accurately and correctly, if there's a change in an entity's or person's application, that's supposed to come for you for your approval. So if somebody is changing the extent of their ownership, that is supposed to come to you. That is your rule, and a violation of that rule can be punished and can be sanctioned. Additionally, if somebody makes a false statement, as we'll get into with our further presentation, that is a separate sanction with regard to tow wreckers in particular.
Chair, may I am sorry, Commissioner, I did not understand your question. But I think what we would interpret that in the same way Mr. Lee just did. except that they have to come to the board for consent to add a partner or to sell, or to make a change to their address, or to make a change to their name. They have to get your permission.
I would
But
also
not
like
to bow out.
I'd also like to submit that we have different rules for different,
Regulated entities.
different ETVs and records and pedal cabs. So what y'all are referencing with an approval for the OPVH, OPVH has a separate set of rules than entertainment, transportation does, than records do. So they are not, it's not correct to cross-reference the rules from another section.
Commissioner Penley has something there.
Yeah, Mr. Lee, as we look at these metro codes that were up here earlier, and we look at, the references to a license shall not be transferred or, otherwise transferred. In this instance, the entity with the license is Dad's and West Nashville, correct? Would you agree with that? That the
I would
entity
agree with
with the
that.
license. Before this ownership or this business transaction and after the transaction, the entity that has the license is still the same, which is different from some of these other instances where we've seen where there was a transfer of ownership because it was the company A had a license and then company B wanted to buy the license. We had this, I wasn't on the commission, but this commission would have had to approve that transaction. But in this instance, with the code references, it's referring to the license shall not be, but the entity with the license here hasn't changed. It's just the ownership structure underneath.
I think that is technically correct, although I'd point you to some legal argument that we put together in brief before you. The courts across the country have said if there is a corporate structure that results in this complete change of ownership, that can be considered a change of the owner of the license. And specifically, that was, I believe it was an Arkansas case dealing with some of the certificate of public necessity that board overlooks. But that's exactly what's happened here. Yes, that entity is staying the same. But what is the commission's job? What is its position? It's trying to look and see, are the people who are out there operating these tow trucks going to follow the rules? Do they have the right qualifications? Have we vetted them appropriately? Are they outstanding members of the community, as you've heard so many comments before? You haven't heard comments about Guardian because they haven't been before you. And Guardian Fleet Services in particular has never been before you because that was Guardian of the Highways that was referenced on that previous letter that I've got on the screen. But also, I just wanted to call your attention not only to the sale, but also to the assign and mortgage and otherwise transfer.
But of the license.
Right.
Not
And so
of the
what
corporate
this seller note that you have before you, with all the financial information redacted and whether or not it's paid out of profits and, is it an actual debt and how that works. But that is a debt that is secured by the zone. They have mortgaged the zone.
Mr. Lee, how would you address the difference in you'd referenced the OPVH and the consent, that's generally on consent. And there's different language in the entertainment vehicle that deals with change of control of ownership.
Absolutely.
You would agree that those are two different approaches to the same concept here, but it's more restrictive there on the ETVs and more specifically stated in the code.
I agree it's more specifically stated.
But, okay, so from a construction standpoint, would you address that for what's your position?
Absolutely. And I would be very transparent with this commission. If you had before you a 49-51 split, and it was a pure change of control, but you needed supermajority decision-making, unanimous consent to make major changes to the business, that's a partnership. And I don't think that I would be before you today if that was the situation. But it's not. You have a situation where the entire company has been sold, and the legal entity itself is the same, but all of the ownership, the upstairs equity has been referred to by the respondent, is completely different. And I think if you can't call that an otherwise transfer, I'm not sure what you can. Otherwise, that is a meaningless phrase. Additionally, my position is, as an attorney here in Nashville, I believe every tow truck company that is licensed by you will use this exact process to avoid the review of this commission if this is approved.
you have anything further?
Mr. Lee, I believe you have 6 minutes and 34 seconds left.
It's more than I had. Excellent. So moving through the couple slides that are in front of you, wanted to specifically point out the letter that you all received. Has been referenced previously, but as Commissioner Butterworth said, it was Guardians of the Highway that was submitted to you. Guardian Fleet Services has never been in front of this commission for approval at all. If you'll move to the next slide, that's just a call out that specifically references that. And then I've got a few more slides that I want to go through just to provide a little bit more information front of mind for the commission, because this has gone on for several months. The next slide contains quotes from the June 2025 commission meeting. And as you're thinking about this, and you're thinking about an equity purchase that involves 100% of the company going to another person, another entity, in fact, the statements and the timestamps are here. Legally, we're partners. This transaction was a merger between the two of us. Do we have documentation of that merger? We sent it back in November. And you've heard Metro Legal say they just now got it back in October. The equity purchase, and they haven't gotten these additional documents that they've requested and should be able to review. Mr. Mitchell, I have ownership. I'm involved in everyday operations still, contrary to the evidence that's before you. Can you take out a loan on behalf of the company without Jim Mitchell's consent? I'm not sure, Mr. Scotty Crockett. We got your approval, meaning the TLC, before we ever did our acquisition. Dad's and West Nashville are the same company. And Mr. Mitchell, actually, Guardian doesn't have a lot of control. This goes to what we submit are false statements that you should consider in looking at the different violations that have been put forward in the Metro Legal memo, the notice of hearing that's in front of you. If you move to the next slide, to further illustrate that point, we wanted to maybe take a little bit of burden off the commissioners and show you we've reviewed in detail the equity purchase agreement. The word partners used 0 times. And again, we understand respondent's argument. It's colloquial as a partnership. It's not an actual Tennessee Association of Uniform Partnership Act partner. But no references to partner here. 114 references to seller, 89 references to buyer, 6 references to purchase, 11 references to sale, and 124 references to closing. And again, just quickly going through the next 2 slides. You've got this in front of you, but here on the screen, I think this is really the point that's in front of you. These shares shall have no voting rights, shall not be entitled to receive any dividends or distributions, and shall not be entitled to receive any assets of the corporation upon dissolution. There's nothing that we've seen in the record before you that supports that Mr. Mitchell still has ownership and has any ability to continue without the acquiescence of Guardian going forward. A couple more slides to run through. Again, this is a reference from Metro Legal earlier of the intended tax treatment, the sale of 100% of the equity interest. The next slide discusses the voting member of Mitchell's West Nashville being Guardian going forward. The next slide references the actual officers of the corporation. There's nothing in the files that show any of these officers, except for Scott Crockett, who appeared before you, have ever been background checked. We don't know what their ownership in the company is. We know that Chartwell is a private equity group. We don't know what that ownership structure is. And I have one last slide to end on, as I'm running out of time. This is the language that is before you with regard to making a false statement. And I specifically wanted to call out that this is any person making a false statement. It's not any person knowingly making a false statement or maliciously making a false statement. The fact that the person made the false statement is the standard that's before you. And we submit, based on everything that we put together, that is what has occurred here, and the consequences that are set forth in the ordinance should be followed. With regard, I think I've got 1 more minute, 2 more minutes. With regard to remedies, So, the commission should rightfully be concerned about what happens tomorrow if you revoke this license. What's going to happen with these two zones? As you've heard the evidence before you, sworn testimony, you have an applicant who's here, who's had a pending application for more than 18 months before you for an emergency record zone. You have another entity that's come forward and say they've got a plan if you decide that you want to do this. That should not be a reason for this commission to delay its decision at all. There are other companies that are ready, willing, and able to take that on. Further, we would submit that this issue has been in front of the commission since June. This transaction has occurred since April. We respectfully ask that there be a decision about this and that you look at the actual effect of this transaction and ask yourself, is what we approved previously as a partnership truly what's in front of you in this transaction? Glad to answer any other questions.
I've got a question. You reference Guardian of the Highways and Guardian as two separate entities. Do those entities hold different EINs or different corporate assignments?
Nothing has been submitted to you that shows Guardian of the Highways as an actual company. I don't know anything about them. They asked to be added as a partner. I don't know if they exist in Tennessee. But what we do know is Guardian Fleet Services is the actual entity who entered into the transaction and has representatives here today, including their counsel, seeking the zone.
Oh, I just took it as you were presenting that Guardian of the Highways and Guardian are actually two different companies.
Well, Guardian Fleet Services is not Guardian of the Highways. That is a different name, right? So if the commission is reviewing this application and saying, should we allow this entity to come into Nashville and operate on our streets on behalf of metropolitan government, the entity that was presented to you isn't the entity that did that.
By name or by corporate designation? Because the designation comes with an EIN number and not a name.
Sure, there's an EIN number issued by the federal government. If you've got employees, I don't know who Guardian of the Highways is. So maybe that's a question that staff looked at when they got that application. I don't know if there's a business license that's associated with that entity, but that's not the entity that entered into these transactions.
And one other question, and then I'll, and this is kind of for the board and legal. When there is a partnership request, do we vet board members? The vice president, the chairperson, the secretary,
I'm going to let Mr. Schlafer answer that one.
Generally, a request to add a partner, we would want to background check the new partner. When this request came in, as it was seemingly a corporation, the request I made of our office manager was to background check the executive officers of that corporation.
that's standard practice.
Well, this would be new. We didn't have anything similar to this, in the past where a partnership was coming together with a corporation. But it is absolutely standard practice that when a partnership request comes in, that we will background check the new partner to see if they qualify to be an owner under the Metro Code. That is standard practice.
Right, and the partner, just moving forward, we had another corporation. Is it our standpoint and our practice to vet the partner or the entire board of the partnership?
I don't have the specific language in front of me, but in the email I sent at the time, I said executive officers, and so that language must be somewhere in the code saying any kind of decision owner of the company. Yeah.
Okay.
Chair, may I respond? Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, you have specific rules, the TLC rules that are in place that govern when somebody comes in to request a transfer of a license, and also the information that's to be considered, and also all of the initial application information. And again, as Mr. Rooker has told you all on a number of occasions, if that application information is to change, then that's supposed to come back before you. The application information under Rule 300 includes the financial statement, including the description of the extent of ownership in business, It also, that's subsection I, a little bit higher in the rules, and I know Mr. Schlafer can pull those up if that helps the commission. It talks about the executive officers of the company as well as the owners of the company.
I have one other question for you. I understand everybody's been given an opportunity to review, all the parties have been given an opportunity to review all the documents that were placed in the share folder. Is that do you agree with that?
As of about 10 o'clock this morning, yes.
Okay. Is there anything you object to in that shared folder being considered by this commission?
I don't have an objection to any of it being considered part of the record. As I stated in my opening, and I think briefly here, we would submit in terms of relevance that the question before you is not, is Mr. Jimmy Mitchell an upstanding citizen in Nashville? There's no contrary evidence of that. It seems to absolutely be true. Okay. But the question before you is, were the rules that are established followed?
I understand. So what you're saying is, and as Judge Kurtz used to say, it sounds like the letters, the character letters go to the weight of their relevancy, not necessarily to their admissibility. So you're not objecting to the materials in the share folder being part of the record and being considered by this commission?
I agree, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your candor.
Mr. Chair.
Chair McNally, I now do have the rule in front of me. And so in Rule Section 300B, part of the original application for a towing license will be the full names and addresses of persons and partnership members, or if a corporation, the names and addresses of executive officers. That is what I would have suggested to our office manager at the time that we should check for in a partnership with a corporation, is the executive officers, for a background check to see if they are eligible.
Thank you, Ms. Schaffler, for clearing that up.
Was that requested?
When the request came in to Director Rooker, he forwarded that to me and the office manager. In looking through the request, I forwarded to the office manager that we should background check the executive officers of the new corporation.
And Chair, I'm sorry, if I may just clarify that one point.
Okay.
The only person that was subject to the background check in the file was Scotty Crockett.
That is correct.
All right, we're going to move on to the proof by Dad's Towing, West Nashville, and Guardian Fleet. I understand you want to combine everybody together. And just for the record, when you begin, introduce yourself, okay?
You want to get our witnesses up here?
I would appreciate them all up here together to be.
Scotty and Mr. Mitchell.
Just squeeze them in as close as they can there, just to be sworn in, and then we'll, maybe they can swap out with Mr. Mitchell as far as when they come up to actually give their testimony.
We've got, that's right, Jim Mitchell, Scott Crockett, and Tom Tedford.
All right, gentlemen, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Lamb, to address the matter that we discussed before you launch into your presentation of your proof and everything, as you can see, this is only part of everything that was put in the shared, and so I was concerned that the commissioners all had an opportunity to review it thoroughly enough to where they could make sense of your proof and Metro's proof and STR's proof as it came in. Given the situation, I think we're relatively in agreement that we will consider it as part of the record here, and if we need further time to look at more materials later, we can decide that when we get to the deliberation state. Does that help a little bit with your presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Start my clock as well.
And remember to stop it if anybody asks a question.
Yes, Chair. So to start, we're going to ask Mr. Mitchell. He's a familiar face to all of you. He's been around the towing industries for towing industry for 50 years. He's been before this commission many, many times. So I don't need to give you any background, but I would like Mr. Mitchell to give some testimony regarding the companies, his need for a party, and just, he's got some words he'd like to say.
And is this your PowerPoint we're looking at?
Yes, it is.
All right, so let the record reflect that there is a PowerPoint being presented to the commission.
And just one comment, Chair. Dad's West Nashville Guardian brought a designated button clicker, so that
We've got a button clicker, Miss Larissa Sneathern over there, and this is also on the shared folder. We acknowledged in our email when we submitted it today, so it was, we have hard copies in case it couldn't be pulled up, but because it is able to be pulled up, we didn't, if you want the hard copies, I can give them to you, but.
Go forward.
Okay, first I'd like to thank the commission for all their valuable time they invest. Second, I would like to address Mr. Dalton that spoke earlier. After the partnership, the co-partnership was completed, he worked 16 days at West Nashville before he quit. I don't know how he would be able to determine very much about the operation in that length of time unless he had some serious guidance from somewhere else. 16 days as a lot boy would not give you very much time to do that. Second, I would like to say, y'all really don't believe I would try to sell the zone, do you? As long as I've been here, surely you know that I know better than that. What I do with my equipment and my property, just like many of these companies, don't even own their trucks. They rent them and lease them. What we do with that part of it is not significant as long as it's operational, functional, and does the job. There's no intent whatsoever to do that, or ever even crossed my mind in any way. The only reason that I sought after a partnership in this, and I'd consider selling, I talked to Billy about that a long time ago, and I considered, Mr. Williams handed me a letter of intent from Pinnacle Bank. But I turned it down because I knew right away that he'd be the dominant force in Nashville, and he'd be able to control price fix or whatever he wanted to do. He'd have all the heavies that's there. So I pursued them. They didn't come to me. I called them to ask them if they would consider being a partner with me. The reason I did it were personal reasons. Basically, I didn't have anyone to back me up, turn this over to. And I need a little help. I heard of Guardian from a fellow employee that worked for me for many years, really good, reliable driver, heavy driver. And, you know, he suggested, you know, they're a strong, very reliable, honest company. The things I needed help with, of course, was my payroll system was just unbelievable. It was very, very difficult. And, you know, you can get a payroll system at many different places. What significant value is it who does my payroll system or what's on the check as long as the employees are being paid? The other part I was having trouble with, and there's three issues in the towing business that's always difficult. It was dispatch. Dispatch was just, you know, I guess I've tried to be a perfectionist. I wanted prompt service. I wanted prompt dispatchers. I wanted things to be done very thoroughly and very right. And that's one of the reasons I probably work way too much. But Guardian was able to provide a good dispatch system that worked. We were able to combine and work and make it much more efficient than I was ever able to do. The next problem was a constant problem, was a way to log all the calls that the drivers do and be able to properly keep up with their commissions. They work on commissions. And of course, a Guardian had that too. They had the three things that were really causing me lots of my headaches and eating up my staff's hours. So, you know, I originally contacted Billy and discussed this, Billy Fields, and discussed this with him and made it clear, you know, I really never want to be out of the towing business. It's part of my life, always has been, always will be. So his suggestion was, you know, partnership. I asked him about partnerships or selling, and his opinion to me was a partnership would be great. And that's the time when I contacted Mr. Roker, and I asked him, I told him I would like to apply for a partnership, co-partnership with Guardian of the Highway, Scotty Crockett. The Guardian of the Highway, I thought was the correct name. That may be my fault, because it might be my fault entirely of the highway. Maybe I caused that, I'm not sure. It's Guardian is the name. I think there was some ads that said, we are Guardian of the Highways, of something of that nature, but its company's name is Guardian, of course. So if that makes a difference, I'm not really sure. Guardian is actually the company.
Yeah, I would just say it's a trade name for Guardian Fleet Services. Guardian Fleet Services, Inc. The trade name is Guardian of the Highways, in the same way as you would say Kroger, as opposed to the Kroger Company. You know, that's what they were talking about when they used that term.
Right now, my job duties are actually much more than they've ever been before. My prevention of destroying my name through the comments that STR management and employees have caused me in Nashville is incredible. They have contacted every account I've ever had and told them that I was either dead, dying, in the hospital, or I was no longer involved, which is not true in any way. There is absolutely, that's absolutely the worst way to form a business or operate a business is by attacking your competition. Very disgraceful. As far as professionalism, there's no company in town can hold a light to what West Nashville and Dads do. They're so far behind us, it's just pitiful. Just recently, Tennessee Highway Bureau called us to do a call in their zone because their driver turned it down. I wish I had the pictures of it to show you. I do have them if anybody cares to look at it. It was an incredible recovery under a piece of equipment, under a bridge, lodged in a piece of equipment that was used in the oil fields.
Thank you, Mr. Crockett. Do you have anything else before we move on? I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell, do you have anything else before we move on to Mr. Crockett?
No.
Next, I'd like to introduce Scott Crockett. He is the co-founder and president of Guardian, not of the Highways, Guardian Fleet Services.
Good afternoon, everybody. Appreciate y'all's time. Let me move this over. There you go. Just want to introduce myself. I'm Scotty Crockett, third generation tower. It was founded actually in the east part of Tennessee. Took the opportunity of growing my father's business into what is now Guardian. I formed that in 2017. My daily and normal business is obviously conducting best practices in each one of the companies. And since then, Jim reached out to me, I believe it was February of 2024, and about far as looking about becoming a part of Guardian and looking to see what that looked like. And he and I had quite a few conversations back and forth. Flew up here to meet him. Very likable guy, almost reminded me of my dad, and went through, looked at the operations, where it was at, and what things we could bring to the table that they were not doing, right? A lot of it had to do with technology. Safety was one of the biggest things, and he was in agreement on all of it. You know, like sometimes we get people that are stuck in their ways, and Mr. Mitchell was not that way at all, which was surprising. He recognized them, wanted them, but didn't have the resources of the personnel and time to be able to go through there and do that. So at that point, it made sense for us. It was what we call a like-kind company, and it looked like it was something that we'd be a part of. So he had the conversations with Billy. At that point, got with the director about putting us as a partnership into the agenda. I flew up here to meet every one of y'all. Got here, obviously the director went through and approved it, or directed to say that his approval as far as pushing us through. The council all agreed to it. He and I stayed until after the meeting was over to where I could shake every one of y'all's hands and meet you guys and put a face behind the name. We recognized at that point they did not mention the West Nashville. We actually talked to Lisa about that. They said it was a clerical error, that they would get that taken care of, and moved on. And at that point is when we actually started doing our due diligence, right? Because there was nothing for us to do on the front end of it if this couldn't be approved. So we went through, did our due diligence, and then at that point did our deal in April of 2025. And I think I just want to close because I know we got a lot to go over. Is this was not to be nothing sneaky, right? I came up here 3 other times after the approval of this to shake hands and make sure I was present, right? They did put out in our ads about, far as our social media, about us being a part of West Nashville and Dads, because we're proud to be here, right? There was no secret that we weren't coming to be a part of that. So if the commission would have said something different or gave us different guidance or asked any other questions, we'd either done it at that point or not done it at all. But for us to go invest the time and efforts to doing this with absolutely no direction and think that we did it sneaky is furthest from the truth. So
Thanks.
I appreciate y'all's time.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the transaction itself and kind of what exactly happened, and hopefully I can answer any questions you might have about it. As I mentioned before, I was deeply involved in structuring, negotiating, and closing the transaction. So the transaction itself, the parties to the transaction were Jim Mitchell in his individual capacity. He was the seller. Guardian Fleet Services Incorporated, a Florida corporation, which was the buyer entity, and then the Dads and West Nashville entities, which were the companies whose equity interests were being acquired by Guardian from Jim. So the transaction was structured as a change of control equity purchase. So in which Guardian purchased a portion of the stock of Dads and a portion of the membership interest of the companies. As the documents that have been provided show, Guardian acquired 95% of the stock of Dads, 95% of the membership interests in West Nashville. Jim retained 5% of the stock of Dads and 5% of the interests of West Nashville. These interests were of a separate class, as pointed out before, and they are not entitled to dividends or voting rights. And I'll talk about that later and why, how that fits in. But just to be clear, we're not trying to hide anything. That is actually the case. But he did retain 5%. This was, the transaction was effected through an equity purchase agreement, a redacted copy of which has been shared. That agreement included customary representations, warranties, covenants, and indemnities for that are typical for a transaction of this type. I wanted to make one point because STR's counsel put this up on the screen. They make much of the language in the purchase agreement regarding the tax treatment of the transaction and how, the way that the tax treatment works is kind of different than how we're characterizing the actual transaction. I just want to say that this is a total red herring. Tax treatment is irrelevant to your consideration of this transaction. It's commonplace in transactions to have language electing tax treatment in a certain way that is not exactly reflecting the corporate form of what is occurring. For example, in a lot of the stock purchase agreements that I draft and work on, the parties elect for that to be treated as an asset purchase. And there's nothing wrong with that or, sneaky about that whatsoever. This is kind of a common practice in mergers and acquisitions for the parties to work together, negotiate tax treatment. So just wanted to clear the record on that one point. The purchase agreement, the equity purchase agreement that I was talking about before was signed, and then the transaction itself closed both simultaneously on April 1st, 2025. So I've described what the transaction is. I now tell you what the transaction was not. The transaction was not a merger. In a merger, 2 or more separate corporate entities are combined into one, with one entity being the surviving company and the other entity disappearing. That didn't happen here. All parties to the transaction, including the licensing holding companies, Dads and West Nashville, continue to exist in the same form as they had before the transaction. The transaction was also not an asset sale. In an asset sale, the buyer acquires some or all of the assets from the target seller entity. That didn't happen here. Guardian did not buy or assume any assets, permits, licenses, or liabilities of the companies. Everything at the companies stayed in place. Guardian only bought a portion of the ownership in the companies themselves. The transaction also did not create a new partnership or joint venture entity. No new entities were created in the transaction at all. After the transaction, the DADS in West Nashville DOT numbers remained intact. DADS in West Nashville's EIN numbers remained intact. Critically, nothing happened to the licenses in the transaction. The licenses are still held by and used by the companies. No license or permit was acquired by or moved to Guardian, and Guardian does not use the licenses and is not the permittee under those licenses. What did happen is that Jim brought on a co-owner and partner in Guardian, as he told the committee he intended to do. There are other components of the transaction that are essential to understanding what occurred here and the ongoing relationship of the parties. As I said before, the shares that were retained by Jim in each company do not have rights to dividends on those shares. Instead, the transaction was structured so that the go-forward economic value for Jim and his partnership with Guardian would be delivered in other ways. So one component of that was that in connection with the closing, Jim extended a seller note to Guardian for an amount equal to roughly 20% of the total transaction consideration, with payments of principal plus interest owed to Jim for 5 years post-closing. Also, Guardian and Jim entered into long-term leases for continued use of the properties that Jim owns himself personally, but that were used by the business prior to the closing. But they did so at a higher rate than he charged the companies prior to the closing. It was approximately $300,000 in increases in annual rent. So when you look at the payments between the seller note and the leases, when you put those together, they're equal to annual payments in excess of $1 million a year. Those payments represent first priority claims on companies' profits. So that means that Jim gets those payments before any distributions could go out to the company's shareholders. Now, you may be asking, why did we structure it this way? So there's a couple reasons. Both of them are for Jim's benefit. So the first one is that DADS in West Nashville, like all of the other companies that Guardian has partnered with, do not make regular distributions of profits. Instead, the companies are building value over time and retaining the value created to reinvest in systems, people, and their fleet to grow the business. Therefore, this structure actually allowed Jim to continue to receive payments on a periodic basis. Also, the current structure, the structure that we put in place, is just simply more efficient for Jim for tax purposes. And this is based on the way that the note and lease payments are taxed and as compared to dividends. Also, as I noted before, the shares that are retained by Jim don't grant him the right to vote his shares. But in my view, this is largely an academic point. If he had full voting rights as a 5% owner, those rights could always be outvoted by Guardian in any case. Instead, Jim was given real power by being appointed as vice president of both companies. In that role, he's remained involved in day-to-day leadership, and he's been authorized to sign documents on the company's behalf.
Can I interrupt for a second?
Absolutely.
So the 5%, the 5% ownership he has left? Of DADS.
Of both.
Of both in West Nashville.
Yes.
What does that get him? I guess if the company was sold or either company was sold in the future, he'd get 5% of whatever that deal was, or what's he get with that 5%?
So the 5% ownership, I think, is something that was really important both to Jim as well as to Guardian, to show that he was a co-owner, that they were continuing in this together, and that the value that he would be receiving based on that co-ownership would be delivered through the seller note and the leases.
But not the business. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what you could do that without him having the 5% of the company.
I think it was really important that it was important to Jim, and I think it was also important to Guardian that he be a co-owner. That's how they view each other, and so he is, an equity holder on the cap table.
Okay. So if I'm just still trying to figure out what that gets him. I mean, it just seems like it's just.
Well, he gets to be an owner.
Okay, so if it were sold in the future, he'd get 5% of, I'm just trying to figure out what this 5% does. I mean, so I'm sorry.
I think then we have a description of the Class B stock.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, I'd ask you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Yeah. Thank you, Alan Hall. My understanding, and I don't know specifically about West Nashville LLC because I haven't been able to see the operating agreement for West Nashville LLC. I only know that the membership interest in West Nashville LLC are restricted, but I don't know how they're restricted.
Yeah.
With respect to Dad's towing, the Class B stock is exactly as is in that Exhibit F to your packet. The shares of stock, the Class B series stock, have no voting rights, not entitled to receive any dividends or distributions otherwise made by the corporation, and shall not be entitled to receive any assets upon dissolution. So in answer to your question,
So it's nothing.
if there's a sale, it's nothing. That's correct. They get nothing in advance of a sale.
Yeah, that bothers me more than if it'd just been an outright. It seems, well, we'll let you continue. I'll deliberate later.
I want to follow up, Mr. Hall. So does that 5%, as you just characterized it, does that equate to an ownership interest or not, in your opinion?
Equates to an ownership interest in Class B stock that has no rights.
Or value.
Or value.
All right, one step further. Does that sound like any kind of control over the entity?
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the fact that the Class B stock has no voting rights.
Okay.
Has no rights under, I don't know whether it has rights under Tennessee law because I wasn't asked to opine on that or look at that. But I can just tell you based on that amendment to the operating agreement or to the charter, that stock doesn't have any tangible rights other than has been described as these ownership rights. They can still call themselves an owner.
I have a question. Does that 5% legally make him have to be listed as an owner? Can someone own 5% of something and not be listed on the corporate charter?
Yeah, stockholders aren't listed on the corporate charter. So it's just like you're just like a share. You go out and buy shares of a Kroger company today.
Right. What I'm saying is, could that 5% be his and not him be a partner?
He hasn't. I can't opine on that. I think that's the decision the commission has to make. I can just tell you that the facts are those Class B stock shares have no fungible rights.
One other question and I'm done. If the company was sold tomorrow, would he still be, would that sale still obligate the company that bought them to give him $1 million a year for the next 5 years?
No, sir. He's getting his $1 million.
That's not correct.
If you would let me finish, Mr. Masonry. He's getting his $1 million a year through a lease and through an unsecured note. Whether the company assumed those obligations through a purchase of Guardian would be a matter for that purchase transaction. But there would be no obligation of a buyer to pay Mr. Mitchell for his stock. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Yeah, so the note and the leases are with Guardian, and in a sale of Guardian, those would move along with the sale. And so they are the obligations of Guardian. They would continue. And they're, yeah.
Just make sure I'm understanding, it's obligations of Guardian, not of the dads or West Nashville.
That's right. The seller note and the leases are with Guardian.
And they're assignable to future purchasers? They are, okay, I can't remember from my review.
Yes.
I mean, I looked at it, but I'm not going to say.
The note would accelerate upon a sale of Guardian and become fully due and payable.
But that would not change the assignment of the zones. So if there was a sale, the sale would just totally be outside of the certificates of the zone.
That's so. The zones are held by dads and West Nashville.
So dads in West Nashville would retain those zones regardless.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm getting confused when we're talking about sales. Are we talking about if Guardian sells the shares that it holds in dads, or are you talking about Guardian as an entity being sold?
Well, I'm particularly talking about the shares that has to do with this particular case. I'm sure Guardian has more value other than owning a percentage of dads in West Nashville.
So you were asking about if Guardian were to sell its ownership interest, the shares it holds.
Right.
Okay.
Because as we've been told, they do not have assignment of the zones. The zones have been renewed and still assigned to West Nashville and dads.
And in that case, were that to happen, we would be required to come back before the board for a modified ownership that this board routinely approves. So if those shares are sold by Guardian to somebody else, the zones stay with dads in West Nashville. This board has the right to approve that or not, but the zones, the permits, the licenses all stay with dads in West Nashville, regardless of what happens with Guardian.
Should I continue?
You have 21 minutes left, 22 minutes roughly.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so having discussed the transaction, I think the next thing I wanted to talk about is the ordinance at issue here and to understand why it does not apply to the transaction itself. So the Metro Code chapter, we've seen it on the board before.
I'm going to give some quick history first on that's okay. As this board is painfully aware, entertainment vehicles have been a thorn in the side of much of Nashville and certainly this commission in recent years. After widespread public complaints, safety incidents, and a highly publicized regulatory gap, Metro amended its code to expand the definition of transfer specific only to that chapter of the Metro Code to include any change in control, ensuring that ownership of in an entertainment vehicle company would trigger regulatory review. That amendment was aimed squarely at a chaotic and highly visible industry that had drawn intense scrutiny from both the residents of Nashville and Metro officials. It is specifically and uniquely in that regulatory scheme. It is not in the Wrecker scheme, the Wrecker ordinance. If the legislature or the Metro Council chooses to put it in the Wrecker ordinance, they have that ability, and that's the way it should be done. As I believe is an exhibit in the memo that we submitted, Ms. Ramsey from Metro Legal advised me via email that Metro Legal did not take the position that a change in control applied to this chapter. Ms. Haber seemed to indicate differently today, but we've got the email from Ms. Ramsey advising that, and I don't know if Ms. Haber wants to clarify that or not, but it's very important to understand the history of ETVs and understand that that is not this, and that's why this has gotten, I think that it's getting confused, and that's why this has turned into such an ordeal, because it has been an ordeal before this board in a different industry.
No, I completely agree that Chapter 6.77 does not apply to Chapter 6.80. There's no confusion about that.
Okay, that's great. My question for Ms. Ramsey over the summer was whether or not a change in control applies to this to Chapter 6.80, and she said it does not.
Right.
Okay,
we're
great.
on the same page.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Right, so we've looked at the ordinances before. They've been up on the screen, but essentially, as we all know, they prohibit selling, assigning, mortgaging, or otherwise transferring a record license without approval. So, and as Commissioner Penley pointed out, I believe, we're talking about the licenses themselves, right? The license was not sold here. The license was not assigned here. The license was not mortgaged here, even though STR's counsel suggested that it was somehow security for the note. That's not the case at all. And it was not transferred. Transfer is not defined, so it should be interpreted using its plain meaning from, moving from one place to another. In our transaction, there was not any transfer. The permits did not move at all. They remained where they were before the transaction and where they are today. And this was a change in control. This is a critical distinction of change in control versus transfer, because a change in control is not deemed to be a transfer, as acknowledged in the Metro Code itself. So where Metro intends to regulate changes in control, it does so expressly. In Chapter 6.77 of the Code addressing entertainment transportation, there's a specific definition for change in control, and it expressly deems those changes in control to be transfers for permitting purposes. Chapter 6.80, which addresses records, contains no such language. Under standard principles of statutory construction, the deliberate inclusion of change in control language in one chapter and its omission in another confirms that Chapter 6.80 does not treat an equity change as a transfer of a license. This is supported by holdings on statutory interpretation by the U.S. Supreme Court, by the Tennessee Supreme Court. It's also the interpretation of Professor Joan Hemingway of the University of Tennessee. In addition, foundational entity law principles support this interpretation. Tennessee law treats a corporation or an LLC as legally distinct from its owners. An equity acquisition does not transfer the entity's assets or licenses. The licensee remains the same legal person. Courts and commentators recognize that a stock or membership interest purchase, so what happened in our transaction, does not, without more, transfer the underlying company's contracts or licenses. As Emily pointed out earlier, this is something that we had understood from Felinda was kind of an agreed upon point, that this ordinance does not apply to changes in control. Now, there's some case law that's cited by STR's counsel and Metro Legal in their filings to support a contrary interpretation. But if you take a closer look at those cases, you quickly discover that those decisions involved entirely different facts and circumstances, and the legal reasoning just doesn't apply to this matter. So the first, for example, they both cite as a primary authority the MAPCO Petroleum case. And they cite that to say that a change of control was a transfer of a license held by the parties. But the MAPCO case involved a merger where the surviving company in that merger sought to use the permit. When STR and Metro Legal quoted this case, they both cut off the quotations before the crucial sentence, which you can see there in red, which explained that in that case, the licensed entity disappeared entirely, And then the surviving company, which never held the license, claimed that it had become the license holder by virtue of the transaction. So our transaction was obviously quite different from that. There was no merger. Dad's in West Nashville did not disappear. They're alive and well today, operating as they always have, and they continue to be the holders and users of those licenses. Guardian has never intended to take or use those licenses in its own name. They've also cited other cases, including the EnviroClean case, which involved a scheme by two parties to use one party to surreptitiously obtain an entirely new permit as a condition to the acquisition of 100% of the equity of that party. But that's not what happened in our transaction. First of all, it was a purchase of a portion of the equity, and there were no new licenses or permits sought. We were simply buying a portion of the equity of Dad's in West Nashville. So I think if you take a closer look at the authorities that STR and Metro Legal cite in their attempt to overcome this really foundational principle of statutory interpretation in corporate law, you find that these really don't hold water. And they're not persuasive in counteracting the broad array of authorities in support of our reading.
It's my understanding that back in April, when the press release went out and we received a copy of it, the phrase acquisition was throughout that press release. On the website currently, dated still as of April, it appears to have been edited, and now partnership appears throughout that. But no indication that it was an edited release.
We had previously spoken with Metro Legal about this, and at the time we had an affidavit, which we did not submit because it wasn't relevant to our brief. We've got Mr. Tedford, who's actually executed that affidavit. At the time, the PR marketing person said acquisition because in other, I guess the most recent, it had been an acquisition in other business transactions they had done with other companies. It had been a full transaction, or acquisition. Once it was brought to that manager's attention, they changed it to partnership because that's more accurately reflects what it was. It was not a full acquisition. And again, Mr. Tedford was involved in that, and he's going to testify next. So if you have other questions for him, he can answer that.
I have not been on the commission as long as my fellow commissioners, and I have to say I'm getting a headache from just trying to get all these concepts together. Because when I hear the word partner and a partner being brought in, I envision something very different than what I'm hearing, because it really does sound like someone buying out an existing business. And my concern is that the information we've gotten has sort of been piecemealed, maybe as the business relationship was being developed. But my problem that I'm having trouble dealing with is, to me, it's where we are now is very different than had I been on the commission last year when the bringing in of a partner had first been presented. I would be describing something very differently. And if where we are now, we really don't have any control over, then why the heck do we ever have anybody come in? In addition to trying to read the ordinances, I think we need to go back and focus on why were they written so license holders had to come back to us. I don't think Metro Council wanted us to just be wasting time, that we're supposed to be looking at something. So I apologize, but the looks you may see on my face is because I'm having a really hard time putting all these concepts together to figure out in our role, our obligation to the community, what are we supposed to be looking at? And if somebody can basically totally get out of a corporation that's holding a license.
So I would, before Mr. Masoni answers you, because I think he's got something to say as well, but I would just say that is, your confusion is a perfect example of Mr. Mitchell not being a lawyer, using partnership in the colloquial sense. He wanted to add a business partner. He did not ever intend to add a legal partnership as defined by the Tennessee Partnership Act. At my former law firm, I was a partner. I was a partner in title only. I had no profit sharing. I had no voting rights. But on the website, it said partner. My signature said partner. My business card said partner. So I think that it's a difference between the colloquial sense and the average understanding of that word. You know, even Chief Young today, when he was testifying on behalf of dads, he talked about the partnership between the fire department and Mr. Mitchell. The modified ownership that this board approved on consent today, the motion was to approve the addition of a partner to an LLC. Legally, an LLC can't have a partner. So but that's the root of all of this, is that there was no misrepresentation. This was never intended to be a legal partnership as defined by the Tennessee Partners Act, and the ownership structure did change. So the change in control took place, but it did not. The licenses didn't transfer.
Right, and I would just reiterate the fact that, you know, we were talking this morning about the transaction with Scotty, and he said, "Oh yeah, look, when the merger happened," and we had to say it was not a merger. I mean, these concepts, some of these words are, you know, well understood by corporate lawyers, but kind of used interchangeably and potentially confusingly by other people. I think what happened here was an acquisition of control. So you can call that an acquisition. It wasn't a full acquisition 100%. It was an acquisition of control and a change of control transaction, the results of which were a partnership by kind of any kind of normal definition, in that, you know, Mr. Mitchell continues to work and contribute to the business. He continues to receive the fruits of that business in the form of first priority payments on a seller note and a lease. And I think that's the way he thinks about it. And I think that's the way, you know, Scotty thinks about it, is that they're in this together in a business venture. They're both, you know, contributing to his success and bearing the fruits of that success.
However, if his Class B stock does not give him the ability to make, not based off of what is being permitted, but based off of what the Class B stock says he can do, he's really not a partner anymore. He may be an officer, but he's not a partner.
I would be curious if the modified ownership that was approved today is a legal partnership.
That's in a different section. That's an OPVH,
Right,
which doesn't, as you have said before, doesn't apply to records.
Right, no, but I'm just talking about in terms of using the word partner. There was the motion that passed was to approve the addition, modified ownership to approve the addition of a partner to an LLC. So I'm curious if that has the legal binding effect on that company. Yes, different code. I'm just talking about the legal meaning of the word partner.
Let me ask a question here. You've used the term acquisition of control and change of control. So are both of you conceding that this agreement between these two, between Dad's, West Nashville, and Guardian, was a change of control and acquisition by Guardian? Hold on one second before you start talking. Sometimes it's good to use, my grandmother always said, God gave me 2 ears, 1 mouth, expect me to use them in that ratio. I just want to know for sure that I'm understanding what you're saying, that there was a change of control of Dad's in West Nashville by an acquisition by Guardian, and the only control you say that Mr. Mitchell still has of Dad's in West Nashville is his 5%? Is that true or not?
Well, he also has the day-to-day control of the day-to-day operations of the company.
I'm asking about, though, on the ownership stock thing. Because you've used this word over and over again, acquisition of control and change of control. And you'll admit with me, one of the considerations of a partnership versus a sale is whether there's control still existing, and also whether there's financial risk involved. That's another question I have. Does Mr. Mitchell have any financial risk in the entities anymore? Let's say they lose money. Does he have to pay out?
No, but I would say that it's not required under a partnership for.
It's a consideration.
It's a consideration. He certainly has an interest in the success of the companies because he's being paid out of the profits through the leases and the seller note. If they don't have any.
If Dad's in West Nashville or Guardian, which seems to be the umbrella of the whole operation, loses money in 2026, does Mr. Mitchell have to pay out of pocket?
No, but
So his stock that he owns of 5% doesn't obligate him to have any financial risk?
Well, I mean, I think it works. There are a lot of partnerships where, and this is why you use the corporate form, that you're not required to make capital call. You're not required to respond to capital calls and put in capital if the company loses money. That's one of the reasons why you would establish a corporate entity. And so, no, he wouldn't have to put money in, but
He's also not going to lose money.
Guardian wouldn't have to put money in either.
But Guardian would be losing money. Mr. Mitchell doesn't lose money.
Well, how would no, I mean, if West Nashville and Dad's were losing money, they would lose money. Guardian's ownership interests would have less
Decreased
value, but they wouldn't have to put in money.
But Mr. Mitchell doesn't lose money. He's still going to get his rent and his the contract.
If they're able to pay it, he would be he's first priority. He has first priority on
Profits.
on the profits from the companies.
Relatedly, he's still involved with the day-to-day, you say. Is he an employee? What kind of tax, is he a W-2? What's that look like?
So he is a vice president, and in terms
Does
of
he get a salary? Is he by the hour? What's this current nature of his employment? Or if it's employment, is it a W-2?
Yes, I receive a salary, yes, ma'am.
Okay. But, and that's a W-2, you're not considered like a self-employed, like a member, like for instance, I'm a member of a law firm. I don't get a W-2s, but you're getting a W-2 because you're an employee now of Dad's in West Nashville.
Yes, ma'am.
I suppose he hadn't got one quite yet.
Maybe not. Thank you.
I have a question. And I guess this is my focus. He still owns what is the key component of the operation, which is the zones and the right to operate in the zones.
Does he or does the entity? Because he is no longer the entity.
They're in his name.
Can I make a suggestion? When we get to deliberations, this may be a good time to do that, but right now we should be directing our questions to the panel, okay?
So, is there controlling value in owning the zones in which they operate?
I'm not sure I understand is there controlling?
Absolutely, there's value in it.
Right, so.
And it's a value that I've never relinquished. I've never relinquished the zones and never will.
So would Guardian be able to operate in those zones without his 5% ownership?
No.
Mr. Hall, is that true? They would. It's the company that owns, and he is not the company.
They're saying it's in
Oh, the licenses are in his name?
They're in my name.
The licenses are not in the company's names?
I had to sign off on all of them.
Oh, sure, but that doesn't,
But
that's not the same.
Yeah, on record, is it under the company name or his personal name?
License are under Dad's.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But they have to have the signature on them too.
Sure, there has to be someone, and there's no, as a corporate entity, someone has to be the,
As I understand it, they're held by the entities themselves.
okay, yeah.
That
Just making sure we were all on that same page.
Yes, they're held by
That's a whole
the
different deal,
entities.
okay.
That's right. That's right.
I have a question for Mr. Crockett, actually. Hi. By my count, you have about 49 different tow companies in the southeast, is that right?
There's about 22.
Okay, I counted 49 on the website, but
Facilities or companies?
facilities are listed, so they may be under different companies. And it's my understanding that the structure of Guardian Fleet Services is 70% you and a gentleman named Jeff Russell, and then 30% of Guardian Fleet Services is owned by the towing operators and staff. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. That was old. That was when we had it in ESOP.
I'm sorry?
That was when we had it as an ESOP. That's old information.
Okay. What is the, so that, do the towing operators currently own any of the equity in Guardian Fleet Services?
No, ma'am.
And I understand that Guardian,
The drivers.
Guardian is a part of the portfolio for Chartwell Investments.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Is it correct that Guardian is part of the portfolio for Chartwell Investments, a private equity firm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my assumption or my knowledge of private equity firms is performance, which I would assume in your case would be acquisitions of different tow companies throughout the Southeast.
What's the question about that?
Is that correct, that your company goal, because you have to answer to private equity, that's how it works, is to expand Guardian Fleet Services in the Southeast? Is that your goal, to expand your company?
It's to keep growing our company, yeah.
Okay. Within the list of companies that I saw on your website, I don't see any that are called Guardian Fleet Services. So is it safe to say you've retained the original names of the companies you've acquired?
Yes, ma'am.
And my last question, in any of the other states where you've taken over controlling interest, has this issue come up with,
No, ma'am.
with anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Are there assigned zones in any other?
Yes, ma'am. We deal with over 157.
176 law enforcement and government entity contracts.
Where some of them were the sole provider. There's some of them that were a mixture between rotations and having multiple vendors in it, but we've never had this issue.
Thank you.
Are any of your other acquisitions characterized as partnerships?
Yes, sir. And a lot of it, and all but maybe one or two of them are still very active into the business, you know.
Thank you.
Majority of the time, the gentleman, like in Jim's case, they're not wanting to get out of the towing industry, right? They just need help. You know, it's a very taxing deal. The insurance side of it, the personnel, the legal side of it isn't something they're willing to do, right? They wanted to do the operations and do the towing aspect of it, and not the HR side of it, not the legal side of it, not the insurance side of it. So I haven't had one of the guys that are with us now that doesn't stay active into the business, you know? I mean, that's part of what they enjoy doing. That's why they've done it for so long.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You have 14 minutes and 15 seconds left on your presentation.
Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. So I think we're finished with the legal argument regarding partnership and the transaction and et cetera. So what we submitted, as y'all all saw, there were many character letters in there. I would contend that that is absolutely relevant to this because one of the allegations is misrepresentation. So I think it's important to consider character when you consider character and intent, when you consider whether or not, when you consider that allegation. But I think it's great to hear what the community, I'm going to give before I do that, I want to introduce Mr. Tom Tedford. He is the COO of Guardian, because the benefits, the culture that Mr. Mitchell created is one of integrity. It's one of taking care of his employees, and all that has only improved since Guardian took over. So I want Mr. Tedford to speak briefly about the changes and improvements, rather, within DADS in West Nashville.
Good afternoon, Commission members. Pleased to be here today, back in front of you again after maybe a 15-year hiatus. I was in front of this commission for over a decade previously and involved with it. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Guardian Fleet Services, Guardian of the Highways, as my shirt identifies. Guardian Fleet Services, Guardian of the Highways. Let that be noted, it's a registered trademark, easy to confuse. What do we bring to the table? Let's talk a little bit about that. When we partnered with Jim and we talked to Jim, we asked him what he needed and how do we help out and what do we do with these companies that we partner with? And we are partners with several of them. We bring to them a full HR team under my control that I bring to him to answer and assist employees 24/7 on questions and concerns that they may have. Takes a lot off Jim's back at the end of the day. We have full health, vision, dental, life insurance, first 25K paid for through us that we're able to secure, and the ability for employees to add on and have those benefits because of our purchasing power and what we hold as a group altogether. We have short-term disability, long-term disability, cancer coverage, all things that are unique to this industry that we bring to the table as benefits for our employees at the end of the day. On average, our employees that we cover in benefits save 30% or more on their average payment for health and benefits when we partner with an entity and come into the mix to bring our benefits programs to the table. They're better than the union standards for the transportation industry overall. We have advanced payroll metrics. Common to see Guardian as the pay entity, although Guardian has no money at the end of the day, but Guardian processes the payroll. That's why the checks come from Guardian Fleet Services. And they're not done manually. That ensures compliance, eliminates mistakes, reduces time spent calculating payroll. We have sophisticated systems that properly track overtime and PTO accruals. PTO, that programs that we have on the PTO side is the highest standard for drivers in our industry. We're proud to say that because we don't believe drivers should be penalized for taking time off or spending time with their families, much like many of us get to do at the end of the day, just because they're an hourly employee or where they are. We give them average earnings. What they earn is what they get in PTO, and we cover them, and we encourage them to take that time off. We offer paid holidays. Jim talked a little bit about advanced call systems and dispatch and different things there. We have a full IT team that's in our employee that we bring to the table to assist him in his needs. It enhances things like facility security, cameras, allows new computers and technology to be brought to the mix, allows us to enhance our ETAs on site to the breakdowns of the requests for law enforcement that we get to come on the side of the highway. Why is that important? Because every minute that an officer sits waiting for a tow truck on the side of the highway, he's in danger, okay? He is in danger of being struck by a passing motorist. Just 2 weeks ago, on a Saturday night at 3 a.m. in the morning, West Nashville Record Service had a passing intoxicated driver strike one of our operators in the trucks on the side of the road as he's hooking up a vehicle. Luckily, he didn't pass. He would fortunately survive that incident. But it's real-time danger and real-time effects when they're out there on the roadway. We invest in live monitoring of our trucks and assets across the board. We have career opportunities. We talked a little bit about, and as a gentleman that testified on behalf of STR said, the same management team that was there prior is there today. They're today managing the operation. Greg Betty is the general manager of operations for West Nashville Record Service today. Makes those decisions, has power and authority underneath Jim's control to bring different examples to the table or policies and procedures. We talk about them, yes we do. That's what partnerships do. Talk about and develop ways to enhance the business, grow the business, work together. How can we help each other? This builds careers, not just jobs for these employees. Safety, number one reason why people come to us or Jim come to us. You talked about risk. Do you have risk in the business? Risk is huge in this business. The average towing operator and entity in this country today has experienced a 15 to 23% insurance increase in their premiums with no loss run impact, meaning they've done everything correct just because carriers have reduced the ability to sell insurance to our industry or offer it to our industry. It's huge when a company like us can come in and partner with Jim, restructure the insurance programs, offer better programs. I have a full safety team on staff that I bring to the program and enhance safety and development for the program. We have ways to manage the cost on that. We have safety elements with onboard cameras and driver analytics that we monitor real time on a daily impact. We implemented this 6 months ago in Nashville. The average driver score was 60, and the average division score is 63 for the entities as a whole, dads in West Nashville. The average score today, I'm pleased to say, is 95. That means the culture has changed to a safer operation. The drivers have changed to safer operators at the end of the day, all benefiting the community and who they serve. We implement HOS devices within our trucks. What is a HOS device? It sends out a signal when the driver or operator arrives on scene with law enforcement. He can turn on, the HOS device automatically comes on when he turns on his warning lights, and it sends a signal out 1 mile in advance that there's a tow truck operator loading on the side of the road. Please slow down and move over to try and protect those individuals and protect law enforcement on the scene. We have enhanced background checks, something we talked very importantly about today. We check all 48 states. We don't just check the state of Tennessee. We have zero tolerance drug programs in place. We have increased training, and the list just continues to go on as we do that. We talk about community involvement here today, and what do we do community involvement-wise? We work very closely with Jim. Jim comes to us and says, Tom, what do you think about this? Here's who I'd like to invest some money in, and here's what we'd like to do for the community, and here's who we should support. Those initiatives are under Jim's control. Jim's advice is crucial on directing us in those proper entities and programs and departments he believes in and supports, and we fully support that as an entity. With over 176 law enforcement contracts, as I said earlier, we feel this is a critical component of what makes us stand out as the preferred provider of choice in the markets that we serve. Our theory is to invest in the places that support our employees and the business partnerships to allow them in the communities to thrive. Dads in West Nashville today have over 90 employees that are Davidson County residents and invested in this community with their families where they reside. No outsiders, not one, has been brought in to work in the day-to-day operations of West Nashville or Dad's Record Service in this market. I want to make that clear. Our goal has always been not to take over, not to take control from Jim as an entity, but to help him, to support him, to enhance and grow the teams that are in place today, fully satisfying the commission's obligations to the community that you raised earlier. That's what our goal is, and that's what we truly do in our entities and our operations that we partner with on a daily basis.
Thank you, Mr. Tedford. In my last, it looks like about 5 minutes, I would like to, as I said, there were many letters that were submitted on behalf of Mr. Mitchell because of the misrepresentation allegation. I would like to just highlight a few of those. Steve Healy is the general manager of the Metro Nashville impound facility. He submitted a letter saying he's known Mr. Mitchell professionally for 15 years. He's extremely dedicated to his work. He's a man of his word and a tremendous asset. Chris Littles, Metro Nashville Police Department Traffic Enforcement Officer, said that he has worked in the zone with dads, always timely, professional, and courteous to police and citizens. And Mr. Little said, as compared to other towing companies, he's the most professional with the quickest arrival time. And I won't belabor all of these. There were a litany of emails. Martin's Wrecker Service, one of our competitors, he wrote a letter saying that Mr. Mitchell is crucial to causes in the towing industry. His success and reputation Mr. Mitchell's success and reputation speaks for itself. Chris Graham from another competitor, Chapman's Wrecker Service, Michael Shelton from Donaldson Wrecker Service, Manuel Lopez and Alberta Smith from Smith's Wrecker Service. So we've got many character witnesses or statements about the character of this man. Given that Dolores, if you could go back to a couple of them, there was one I wanted to highlight. I think that, well, in the interest of time, I'll just say Mr. Healy, again, he talked about the benefit, Mr. Martin talked about the benefit more than any other in the community, I think were the words. I don't have it in front of me, but I think that if these zones are taken away, that the Nashville community, the towing industry stands to lose, and this commission's goal is to protect the safety and welfare of the public. I think Mr. Mitchell has been doing that second to none for 50 years, and there have been no complaints that have been substantiated in the last 20 years. So I think that it would be, if there's anything that this commission would like to see change with respect to this partnership, we can talk about that. Again, the commission approved this back in November of 2024. I think that that was the chance to scrutinize this to the degree that we scrutinized it today. But again, with no history whatsoever, I would say at worst, it should be, it should be dismissed, quite frankly. But I don't think that there's any grounds for doing anything other than allowing us an opportunity to cure whatever the issue that the commission sees. So I'll give you all 30 seconds of your time back.
Launch into the closing summations.
Believe we are.
Okay. STR, you're up for closing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Marsh, would you remind me, does Metro have a closing section?
No.
Okay. One thing I wanted to bring to the attention of the commission is the exact language used by Metro, and Metro Legal is here and certainly able to speak for itself. But the email that was referenced by respondent here, Metro Legal says, I think you're asking whether the definition of change in control found in chapter 6.77 applies to license/permits issued under 6.80. I do not believe it applies. We agree. There is a specific definition of change of control, and there's 3 different ways that you can establish a change of control. What I want to be clear, what STR wants to be clear, Metro hasn't taken the position that transferring 100% of the equity of a company does not result in either a sale, assignment, otherwise transfer, or potentially even a mortgage based on this seller note that's at issue before you. So what is the question before this commission? The question is, was there a sale? And this, or otherwise transfer, or mortgage, or assignment? And the respondent's position is, well, just trust us. We're great people. We've got all this evidence of great things that we're doing, but there's no legal document in front of you in your record that says that you cannot do something completely different as soon as this record closes. Mr. Mitchell's position as a vice president is completely, as far as the documents in front of you show, at the discretion of the private equity firm that owns this company. This company would not be eligible to come before you as an emergency wrecker because they haven't been operating for more than a year. And staff, I believe, will confirm that. So this isn't a decision by this commission of should we pick STR or should we pick Guardian. The question is, did they follow the rules that were in place at the time? And we think the evidence is clear based on the documents in front of you. This was a sale, or at least broadly, the otherwise transfer. Otherwise, that language doesn't mean anything. And again, this commission will be faced with this again and again and again. You have sophisticated partners here. You've got private equity firms. You've got other sophisticated tow companies who are ready to do this exact same transaction to avoid the review of the commission if this is approved. Just a couple of the things to highlight. As the commissioners have astutely noted, this restricted status of their stock is not clear. There's no documents in front of you that say exactly what they can do. They withheld the shareholder agreement. They withheld these other documents. They withheld the operating agreement. You don't have anything in front of you that shows they are required to continue the structure as it exists today. And of course, STR is ready, willing, and able to step in, and we would welcome that opportunity at the end of this to be considered for the zone if it becomes open. One brief note, if I may get through it quickly. There was a question by Metro Legal as to whether, if you decided to revoke the zone, would you need a new public hearing to determine who is transferred, who gets the transfer of that zone? STR's position would be, it's not a transfer. If the zone is revoked, it is now an open zone, and you have an open application in front of you for emergency record zones. We would submit that should be considered by the commission. Thank you. And again, happy to answer questions as you go on. Before you close the public hearing, we are open and transparent.
Is this going to be a joint closing, or are you splitting it up?
Just to save the time, if you want it up here after I do. Okay. No, it's been a long afternoon for everybody here. Commissioners, this case comes down to one undeniable truth. No licenses, permits, or zones were transferred or sold. The licenses transferred, the permits and zones remain with DADS in West Nashville. So nothing about Dad's or West Nashville has changed. Rather, STR saw an opportunity here to use this commission to do what it cannot do on its own, which is knock out a respected, long-standing operator and take its zones for itself. Jim Mitchell took transparent action to plan for the future of his employees. He reached out to TL leadership months before the deal was done. He asked openly what the process was, and he followed that process. To quote, the former Director Billy Fields sent an email to this commission, and I will read from that. His point was that TLC never imposed strict standards on what a partnership is. So the level of scrutiny and the arbitrary and capricious nature of this hearing, I think, is evident based on what he said. And I believe he said 14 years of experience here. Quote, the process for recognizing partnerships, whether through general partnerships, limited liability partnerships, or corporate partnerships, involved applicants submitting a formal request to the TLC to add a partner to an existing license or permit. Each proposed partner underwent a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation background check, provided there was no disqualifying findings identified in the background check or other disqualifiers found in the other sections of the MCL or TCL rules. The application was then presented to the commission, end quote. So the TLC also does not consider the percentage of ownership any partner holds or any changes thereto. And again, another quote from Mr. Fields with 14 years of experience as director of this board. Legal counsel from the Metropolitan Department of Law advised that TLC should accept such requests. Further, Metro Legal advised that neither the MCL nor TLC rules stipulated any requirements to seek additional disclosures related to partnership or corporate investment levels. In other words, TLC staff was advised by Metro Legal there was no legal basis to ask what percentage any partner held. So to change that now, it has never been done before. It has never been the advice of Metro Legal that it could have been done before. To change that now, forget the fact that it's based on a competitor's complaint. To change it now for any reason without any kind of notice or public hearing or advice to the industry would be the absolute definition of arbitrary and capricious. That was never required before. All of the documents that are being demanded today, many of which contain trade secrets and are highly confidential in nature, those have never been asked for by this commissioner, by the Metropolitan Department of Law. Again, Mr. Mitchell used the word partner exactly as a layperson uses it, as I've used it, as Chief Young used it. Every document that he has filed made clear that Dad's is a corporation and West Nashville is an LLC. Therefore, it was clear that this was never intended to be a legal partnership. Oh, I'm out of time? Dang, okay. I tried to talk fast, too.
So I think wanted to hit a couple points here. So I think that the STR's arguments are, based on the idea that this isn't a true partnership. This is something that Guardian and Mr. Mitchell negotiated. They structured their partnership in a way that may not be something that is the easiest to understand, but they view it as a partnership. When Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Crockett spoke about it to the committee, they believed it is a partnership, and it does satisfy all of the common meaning of what a partnership is. STR's counsel mentioned earlier that he would be, he said that tomorrow, Guardian could make this all go away and eliminate Mr. Mitchell as a partner. I was just talking to the Guardian team. They would, if that's what the commission saw, that there was a commitment to maintain Mr. Mitchell as a partner, they would sign that today, 100%. They are committed to this structure. One of the big problems is that we've never understood what the requirements are. We've been told that it needs to be a partnership, but at no time can anyone tell us what actually makes a partnership, what percentage interest, what rights. We don't know. We would love to know, if that is what the decision is going to be of the commission, what we need to do, because Guardian, West Nashville, Dad's, Mr. Mitchell are committed to making this work and maintaining the zones that they have had in the past. So respectfully, we ask the commission to confirm that there was no transfer that occurred, recognized that my clients never misrepresented the transaction, that they're able to maintain Dad's existing permit and renew West Nashville's permit. We're not asking for special treatment. We just want the same treatment that the commission would give to any licensee that followed staff's guidance, obtained the commission's approval, and kept the licenses right where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Do any of the commissioners have questions they would like to ask of any of the witnesses or any of the legal representatives of the parties?
I have a question. This is for you, Mr. Mitchell. When you submitted the partnership documents, the change in ownership to Mr. Rooker, did you know at that time that the split would be 95% and 5%? Did you know at that time?
Chair, can you have him come to the microphone?
Oh, can you come to
Mitchell,
the microphone?
you're going to need.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mitchell, I'm sure this is necessary, but I want to remind you, you are under oath.
Yes, sir. I don't believe at the time we had discussed the percentages of it. I remember the time when we did discuss it, when we finally did, the percentages didn't really matter to me a lot at that point. I didn't think it was that significant. If it had, I would have probably asked for more, but or requested more, demanded more. But, you know, I think we're missing the point here. The point is, the point is it hadn't changed anything. I'm still exactly what I was before, still doing the exact job I was doing before. I have no intentions of going anywhere. I was here, I've probably seen 40 of y'all come and go, and I'll be here in another 20 more of you. And no disrespect to anyone, but I have no intentions of going. One thing I caution you, predatory towers, I'm sure y'all watch this, be cautious of the predatory towers. Be cautious of the predatory towers. I'm sure y'all have seen that.
And
Be cautious of the predatory towers.
Thank you. And I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I personally have no disagreement with any of the character presentations. I know you outside of this as reliable. Nashville is a small town, so the character witness statements were nice, but to me, that's not what this is about. I know you're a good man. And I would also say that as an ex-business owner myself, in an industry where there were a limited number of permits, I would totally have wanted help after your personal issues and that long in the industry. So I can sympathize with you on both those points. Thank you.
Anybody else have other questions of the witnesses or Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah, I'd like to make sure I understand. You're talking about the leases of, it says real property. Exactly what do you still own and what are you leasing to Guardian?
I own every one of the properties. The facilities, the buildings, and the land, yes, sir.
What about the equipment?
I still have some equipment. That was the purchases, most of the equipment. But, as I say, most of the companies don't even buy their own equipment. They lease their equipment.
Right.
Yeah.
So what they're leasing from you is real property that includes the towing lot, the storage?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So without a storage lot, could they operate as a tow company?
No, sir. They cannot.
I got it. Oh, please.
No, legal.
I was just going to say just one thing. Ms. Lam stated in her closing, she spoke about an arbitrary and capricious standard. I just wanted to speak to that. I don't agree with her assessment of a board's decision not to align with exactly what a former executive director has said as arbitrary and capricious. The board in this matter is having a hearing and hearing facts on the matter. My understanding of the arbitrary and capricious standard is, at least in part, that the board is making a decision that is simply, does not have a basis in fact, and that is what the board is here doing today, is hearing facts on this matter. I'd also, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
I have a question for STR and not Mr. Mitchell. Does he need to be recognized or?
Caught me with my mouth full. No, go ahead.
Is STR a solely owned company, or do they have partnerships, and have they taken on partnerships recently in preparation, so to speak, of this possible acquisition of zones?
I am the sole owner of STR Towing and Recovery, no partners, no intention for any partners.
You've had no recent investment?
No.
Sorry.
No, private equity's always knocking, but always say no.
Okay.
How are you corporately structured? How is STR? Are you a
LLC.
LLC? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, single member.
A single member LLC?
single member.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing now, and I would suggest maybe we could take a 3 or 4 or 5 minute break.
Good call.
Chairperson needs to relieve himself, so. And Wonderful. I'm going to briefly, very briefly, for only one purpose alone, reopen the public hearing. I believe Mr. Marsh has a comment he would like to make that might provide some direction or guidance for the commissioner.
Yeah, just before the commission moves forward to deliberation, I'd like to quickly remind the commission what they're determining today is whether there have been violations of the Metro Code by permit holders, Dad's Towing Services, and West Nashville Wrecker Services. I would ask that the commission determines action is necessary, that there be separate actions for each permit holder for the sake of clarity. Again, the Metro Code provisions at issue today are MCL 680-110, MCL 680-130, MCL 680-160B, MCL 680-230B, MCL 680-535B, and MCL 680-535D, as well as MCL 680-545D. I'm happy to give the commission a description of any of the code provisions individually, but broadly, they prohibit the transfer of a license. Among other things, they prohibit the transfer of a license to another party without coming before this commission. You've heard the testimony and evidence presented by all the parties and Metro Transportation and Licensing Commission staff today. If a member of the commission chooses to make a motion, I would suggest that it's helpful for the motion to be tied to evidence heard today. Stating a motion for action alone may be proper, but a motion for action based upon specific facts and evidence from the hearing will be clearer if the commission's actions are later reviewed. With that, I'll turn this back over to the chair for deliberation.
And I will echo the importance of the motion that is made today. Either way, that there be tied to evidence and with a clear and tied to a specific section of the code. All right, with that, we will close the public hearing again.
I thought we only do that public hearing. I'm still in the cup, so to speak, as looking at the ordinances. The zones are still the same. They're still owned by the same person. There has been, no lack of the record services or fees have not been paid. Nothing has been transferred as per these ordinances. Now, there's been some testimony as to statements being made, in lack of being a lawyer as to a partnership, but as it just pertains to the ordinances starting from 680-110 all the way down to what was listed by legal to 680-545D, I can't find any violations in those. Now, whether we're questioning the percentages of partnerships and what would make us more comfortable and conversations being made and transfers of money, those are not issues under these ordinances. Under the ordinances that we're looking at from 680, I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. I can't find any violation. If I can get counsel to enlighten me, I would accept it.
I disagree in that, and again, I'm not saying that I think there has been any failure of service to the citizens. I don't think we're looking at all at the performance of the license holder and within the zones. The issue we're looking at is information that is required to come before us. Was it presented timely and completely? And was the approval that was given last year, were we aware of all the facts at the time? For me, again, it's not a question of whether those two entities are still providing appropriate service, complying with rule. The compliance is with information that is required to come back to us that requires approval in advance. And it seems like, to me, if there had not been a restructuring, for example, of DADS, and that he had retained some percentage of voting stock, to me, that would go more towards the partnership. The issue, one of the many issues I'm having is the entity was restructured, and he was pulled out of the voting responsibility, which to me goes against the concept of a partnership. Now, I would still say, you know, if he only retained 1% of the voting stock, if it had stayed structured the way it was before, and he had 1% of the voting stock, and the other corporate entity had 99%, then we would be looking at an issue of, do we have the right to set up some sort of balancing there? But to me, I'm really having a hard time when the structure, the legal structure, was changed.
Under what ordinance are you citing? Under these 7 ones that are before us to make a decision?
Otherwise transfer. He said he was going to be a partnership. And however you do it, to me, a partnership, even if we're not trying to qualify it exactly under the Uniform Partnership Act, that means working in the ownership together, because we focus on ownership.
Can you point out which one in specifically you're talking about? 680 what?
There's a couple
My
of them.
attorney here is speaking.
It's 160B, where it shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred. That's the one I circled.
230B, 160B, and 545D.
Yeah, but the one that matters is 160B. I would argue, I think.
160B.
I would offer to the other commissioners, it may help move us along in a structured way if we could take each ordinance one by one and decide if there was a violation, because we have 7 ordinances to consider here. And if that's agreeable to everyone, I'd like to start with 6.80.130, which is the one about making false statements. Is that correct? And that's the one to me that stands out as,
Well,
I disagree.
you said you want to do each one. Wouldn't it start with 110?
Well, if we, hold on. If we do that, we're going to be going over 14 different votes or considerations, so.
I mean, there's a lot of code to get through.
I'll leave it up to the commission's,
What I would like to do here is eliminate 6.80.130. I don't think that Mr. Mitchell had any intention of making false statements.
But does that require intent? If I believe something to be the facts and I come before this commission and present them, and those facts are wrong, would that not still be a false statement?
He said that he didn't know about the split, the 95-5, before he submitted the letter to Director Rooker requesting the partnership. So that's the basis on which I'm saying I don't believe he made false statements. The other supporting fact to that is he did go to Director Rooker and did get advice from Director Rooker that that was how he should proceed. So I don't see in the evidence that's been presented, evidence of making false statements. So I'm just trying to do like process of elimination here so we can get through all of them.
Mr. Chair, I would argue that that's not the first thing to look at. The first thing to look at is decide if this was sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred, i.e. if it's not a partnership. Because I would argue if you decide that, you'll decide how to deal with all the other issues.
And that's 6.80.110, which one?
160B, I think. Is that the correct one?
There are several ordinances that say the language not sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred.
yeah, I was looking at 6.80.230B, which talks about record permit fees, transfers, expiration, and display, but.
But isn't that all essentially the same question?
Yes.
I would tend to agree with Commissioner Rogers that the paramount decision is whether there's been creation of a partnership or a sale, and then the other matters may become moot.
Well, I would argue that there is no partnership without the permits, and the permits were not transferred. They are still the sole ownership of West Nashville and Dad's. There was no transfer of those permits, and the specific word here is record permit. Those record permits are still owned by Dad's and West Nashville.
But Dad's in
Not
West
Guardian.
Dad's in West Nashville are now owned by Guardian.
That does not transfer the permit.
Well, that's the question, right?
In my opinion, the corporate structure has to mean something. I mean, we're not living in an area where it's unfortunate that the term partnership was used because this isn't a partnership in the legal term. And I think everyone agrees with that that's not what it is. And arguably, it could be that it's not really a partnership now in the colloquial sense, even though he's still at the company as an employee. But it may be, but putting that aside, the entity that has the license before and after is still the same entity. I don't think that there's a transfer or a sale, assignment, mortgage, or transfer of the license in this instance, in my opinion.
I agree that the licenses haven't been transferred, but there's a purchase agreement for the company. So.
But you're allowed for corporate ownership to change. That's part of, that's just, there's not a prohibition on that. I think, what's frustrating to me in this situation, even though that's where I feel about the transfer, that there wasn't a transfer of the license. The problem in all of everyone is a big fan of Mr. Mitchell, and I think everyone would stipulate that he is of top-notch quality. There's no argument there. But the concern, I think, for us, and while we are giving this such scrutiny, is that he won't necessarily be there even next year. And then the goodwill that he has built for this company is his own, it's his goodwill and not the will, actually, this corporate entity. And I think he actually probably feels that way himself, that is his. He was like, I'm the one who signed for those licenses. Yeah. But dialing into the code, it's the license belongs to the corporate entity. That's how he's structured, or the corporate or LLC entity, and that's how it was structured. So I think, going forward, this new entity, whether Mr. Mitchell's with the entity or not, will have to go through the TLC's process of if they keep up the good work of that company. If they maintain the same service going forward. Well, this won't be the last time we ever get to see whether they get to keep this zone because of whether they deserve to keep the zone or not.
So you're saying in the annual renewals, we would have a
Right.
chance to?
I think so. And tell me if I'm wrong about that. That they come back up as with us knowing all of this next November or whenever it is.
It'd be June, and you are correct, Commissioner. The zones can be redrawn, the zones can change out. That is 100% completely up to you guys as to how that is done.
Guardian's taken a risk on this, that this works out with respect to this zone staying Dad's and West Nashville's towing without Mr. Mitchell's day-to-day, whether he stays or not. We don't know whether that happens or not. So that's just where my perspective here.
And is it not in our ability to stipulate that happens?
Yeah, what happens?
That tomorrow, in 3 months, when it comes up for renewal, that this partnership be stipulated that he still owns the zones, or it would be a dissolution, and those zones would then become open for whoever we would assign them to.
Well, I think that goes back to the zones were assigned to the two entities, one corporate, one LLC. And I think you're hitting on, do we have a right to say who's involved? Because again, the licenses belong, and the zone goes to the entity.
Yep.
So,
Let me ask you a question.
and what does,
For some
I'm
reason
sorry.
I've gone yellow, but.
Okay.
No, my question is, what do you mean, do we have a right to do what?
I keep hearing folks say, do we have the right to say a partnership requires this percentage or this?
Okay.
Or do we have the right to say this individual has to remain a part of the entity? I keep going back to when I first became aware of this situation, saw the action that was taken last year by this entity that didn't use the correct corporate name. It used a DBA. The action in the minutes, which have been of record for some time, only reflect the adding of a partner to DADS. And that existed for some time. So when the issue was raised, to me, it just looked funny.
To answer your question about do we have the right, any additional, my understanding, and Metro Legal, please chime in, but my understanding is that if we're requesting to have information on the percentages of ownership, that would be a change to the code that we would have to first run by Metro Legal, and then council would have to approve that.
I'd just say at this stage, the public portion is closed, so I'm a little wary of asking questions to parties outside the board.
To even legal.
They are, I mean,
Normally, we can talk with legal.
okay.
Yeah, I think for clarification of legal matters that this board can do or not do, it's appropriate for us to be able during our deliberations to consult with our counsel.
TD, did you have something a minute ago that you wanted to bring up?
The only point of clarity I wanted to make, which glad to be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the companies own the permits or the zones, and I've heard that stated. I believe this commission owns the right to assign those zones and has the responsibility on an annual basis to review the suitability of those zones.
But so they were assigned to the entities, but not to the individual?
To the entities, correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And then annually, we can decide whether to renew those zones to those entities.
You can renew them, you can change them, you can redraw them, they're yours to do what you want to with them.
And I'll also include the director and Mr. Sheffley as part of the deliberations too today. But in fact, when it came up the last time, and there was some discussion, I think it was Commissioner Butterworth who said, these have been established for a long, long time. Maybe we need to reevaluate the zones. So yes, that is true. We can always reassess the need, the public convenience and necessity.
The thing I'm getting stuck on is the one for 6.80.535B, requiring commission approval. It does feel like a little bit of a backdoor into the transferring of a permit.
You said 535B?
Yes, where it requires commission.
Emergency record license fees, expiration, transfer, and display?
That's the one where it requires commission approval for, can you bring that up, TD?
Otherwise transferred.
Right. And, I mean, Guardian is linked to private equity. They have deep pockets, lots of lawyers. I would assume that one of the lawyers for Guardian or the private equity company would have done their due diligence to read the code and, maybe they're just taking on a risk, saying, we think that this would not qualify under otherwise transferred. But I don't see Mr. Mitchell as having done anything wrong here, but I do see either lack of due diligence or an intentional workaround by Guardian.
I don't know if someone on the Guardian Dad's West Nashville side knew this, but and that's why they got Joan Hemingway to be an expert in this case. But I took business association law from her in law school. So I know we're out of the public comment period, but if you did know that, well done, because she submitted an affidavit, basically, and if she says something, I believe it, and she's an expert. I mean, her credentials went on for pages with respect to her analysis to this. So that was very persuasive to me, being a big Joan Hemingway fan, and again, kudos if you knew that I took.
Can you read the specific thing?
Sure. I mean, in her, it's an affidavit let's see. Specifically, the exhibit number is L in the materials that were submitted beforehand. And towards the end, I mean, she addresses some of the, she addresses case law. She goes through the partnership and the differences and you know, that there's no definition of sale and assignment, mortgage or transfer. She brings up that there is a difference with respect to the ETVs and that has to mean something. If change of control is mentioned in one part of the code, but it's not mentioned in another part, and there's no definition of sale, assignment, mortgage, or transfer in this portion. I found that very compelling, you know, as far as an expert submission with respect to the law that applies here. Paragraphs 21, 22, or towards the end there, so.
And I've made the request of Director Rooker to see with Metro Legal if we can sort of homogenize some of those rules across all of the places.
Or understand why there are distinctions.
Right.
Because when we've talked about OPVs, and understanding sort of the difference in what we are tasked with regulating or overseeing, and when there are distinctions, understanding why we have them. Although, if that does happen, I will throw a big party.
Yeah, and I worry about the precedent it sets for other companies to be able to have 95% transfer and not come before the commission.
And again, a restructuring, changing the stock ownership, and the 5% that's held really is not ownership. So it's no ownership remaining. Yeah, if somebody can correct me on that, believe it or not, I will listen.
But the ownership, it's the license.
Right,
It's the
so
license,
you
and the
can't.
entity that holds the license is not Mr. Mitchell.
Right.
That's that bottom line.
Correct, thank you.
And it may be that's unfortunate because that's not we think of, he is such a, you know, just a stalwart, and he is the wrecker industry to us, the face of it, and has been for many years, and hopefully will continue to be involved. And I think that's the intent here. But so I think that's, and it also doesn't feel particularly good to feel like there has been a creative workaround to get, you know, the equivalent. It's not the equivalent, but it feels like there's a transfer, even though the entity is what holds the license.
So I would love to work with the TLC staff to outline some more specific language before we do the next annual hearing for this.
Okay. Well, we are, believe it or not, next year, we're going to try if we can find the time. 80% of all these ordinances are, you know, 80% of them are exactly the same. They apply to all of them. There's 20% of the ordinance that is specific to whatever it is, whether it's specific to an ETV or this or that or the other. We're desperately going to try to get the 80% done that applies to all, and then rewrite the 20% that needs to be different for each one of the categories. We're
Because
going to try.
You know, I'm a Libra, so I can't help but see both sides, but I understand STR's position of just like, hey, wait a minute. There's this out-of-state entity that's effectively purchased dads in West Nashville. That doesn't feel fair. So it's a tough
And
case.
the entity itself hasn't been assigned a license. So they can only behave working through, in effect, they put the cloak of dads on over them.
Right. And so I can see why that would upset STR or any other wrecker who's assigned zones or waiting to be assigned zones.
One takeaway I have from this is that despite the evidence that was suggested that, or testimony that, and arguments that we have not scrutinized these matters as closely before, we learn from this that we're going to need to very carefully scrutinize when an entity comes before us asking to add a partner. And we can ask deeper questions. We can start pulling the layers over the onion and find out exactly what we're getting into. My 2 cents is, unfortunately for Guardian and Dads in West Nashville, it appears to have been a sale, but the licenses are still held by Dads in West Nashville. I think every member of this commission would feel better if it had been a 50-50 split of the stock. And frankly, I don't mind the reorganization of the company to be more efficient and to relieve a gentleman who's been managing it himself to take care of bookkeeping and getting W-2s out or 1099s or whatever. But it does, the initial impression seems to be a sale, but on the other hand, there is 5% still held by Mr. Mitchell. Whether it's worthless or not, it's still held by him. And I take them at their word that they thought they were entering into a partnership. And it's interesting, you said that the West Nashville and Dads are the cloak over Guardian. I was looking at it a little bit the other way, that Guardian is now the umbrella over Dads in West Nashville, but the licenses are still held by Dads in West Nashville.
Guardian came in, became part of the entity, and working within an entity that already had been assigned the licenses. They could have entered into contracts, not a sale agreement, but could have contracted with Guardian to provide HR services or a bunch of things. I mean, there are ways that could have been brought in. Again.
I have a question for legal. In all of the ordinances, is the language the same that you refer to the license and not the entity? Like the entity is not mentioned in any of these ordinances? Like when we're considering a transfer, we're talking specifically about the license and not about the entity, correct?
Well, they all say different things depending on which provision you're referring to.
Are there any that say, that refer to the entity and not the license?
Well, 680-535D refers to a licensee.
And licensee meaning?
The entity.
Okay.
Or the individual or whoever the licensee may be. I'm just going to read through quickly to make sure I'm answering your question, Commissioner Claver.
So I think some of them refer to the permit and some of them refer to the licensee. So when we're talking about.
I would recommend just taking them one by one and
and
reading, to summarize it that way seems a little tough, but 680-110, no person shall engage in the business of providing record service. So that refers to a person. 680-130, any person making a false statement. 680-160B, a license issued hereunder shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred. 680-230B, A wrecker permit issued hereunder shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred. But then further down in that section, it says a wrecker permit may be transferred from one wrecker of the licensee to another wrecker of the licensee in accordance with the rules and the regulations of a commission. 68535B, a license shall not be sold, assigned, mortgaged, or otherwise transferred. 68535D is no licensee shall operate a wrecker. Unless a decal is obtained from the commission annually. And then the last one, 68545D, says no licensee designated by the commission to provide emergency wrecker service shall sell, assign, mortgage, bequeath, or otherwise transfer the right to such service. Or sorry, the right to service such assigned zone without commission approval following a public hearing. And then at subsection 2 of 68545D says prior to the transfer of any zone assignment, the commission shall hold a public hearing for the request.
Thank
Does that
you.
answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
And I would offer to the commission my original suggestion of going through them one by one, because we refer to different, either the permit holder, the licensee, the person, and decide based on what the ordinance says, whether there was a violation or not.
Let me ask you the outcome of that. If there were 2 out of the 7, 1 out of the, I mean, what part of going through them one by one as a percentage is going to sway your decision? If one is wrong, they're all under the umbrella, or if 3, if 5?
I don't
is it a
think, I
majority?
think if any one of them were violated, like the commission should acknowledge that for the record and, you know, for any appeal that will likely happen. And I think we could determine our decision based on, was it 1 or was it 7?
And so I'm going to refer back to the professor. I'm not legal. I'm the working guy out with the trucks out on the street. So the only documents I see are contracts. And in those contracts, for me, if I own that contract, it doesn't make a difference who I get to service that contract. That person is my partner, or he is my
For sure.
associate, or however I might say it. But if I'm going to do this legally, I am going to defer to the professor who is teaching other lawyers, who is going to do this, to say there has been no violation. I am going to say that only by the provisions and codes that I know from just being on this council is going to be my understanding. If it is an understanding deeper than this, and we have legal counsel and corporate professors that are advising us that there has not been a violation, I'm gonna lean on that.
That's certainly your right to do. I think there is a distinction between talking about the permit itself and the licensee themselves.
Commissioner Carr, you are going to consider all the evidence presented today, though, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. You may weigh one stronger, more favorably than the others, but you'll consider everything.
As to my understanding.
I think that would be easier for any appeal to narrow it down to what we're actually, which code, which alleged violation of the code we base our decision on.
Well, I was waiting to see if there was a motion to dismiss the complaint, because again, we're faced with a complaint brought by Well, hold on. Because, and I do respect what you're saying about going through each one individually, and I was thinking we might have to do that when we're ready to vote after deliberations. But if we're bringing our deliberations to an end, I think we'd first start off with whether there's a motion to dismiss the complaint.
I make a motion to dismiss the complaint.
I second it.
Just for clarification, is this concerning permit holder Dad's Towing or West Nashville Wrecker Service?
It's been recommended that we break at least this part of it down
Into two.
so.
So we're not considering them one entity?
You have to make the motion for Dad's, and then you have to make the motion for West Nashville.
I would like to make a motion to dismiss under for West Nashville and for Dad's, or do I need to do that separately? Can I do them together?
You can do them together if that's what the board decides. I'd say for clarity's sake, given that we have two different permits, I believe, at issue in this, I would suggest making two separate motions.
I make a motion to dismiss the allegations under Dad's.
The complaint brought by STR Towing and Licensing against Dad's?
Yes, I make a motion to dismiss the complaint brought by STR on Dad's Towing.
I'll second that.
All right, now there is an opportunity for discussion since there's a motion and second on the table. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I'm a no too.
2 noes? 2 noes and 3 ayes? 3-2. All right. Then is there a motion regarding the complaint brought by STR Towing and Licensing against West Nashville Towing?
I make a motion to dismiss the complaint brought against West Nashville Towing by STR.
I'll second that as well.
All right, any further discussion?
I will be voting based off the fact that I don't believe we got all the information we needed to know on otherwise transferred to understand the actual structure.
And I think that was the operating agreement that was not provided. Okay. Any further discussion? Yep, go ahead.
Well, to her point, I think that there had been some statements made that we weren't entitled to that information. And I would like to say going forward that I don't agree with that. I don't know how we'd possibly be able to know and conduct our business without having the ability to ask what the nature of the business looked like, or what the entity looked like, or what the structure was. So I just wanted to say that for going forward, in case anyone is modeling their business plans over this, which I would not recommend. I just wanted to put that out there. That I don't agree that we're not entitled to ask those questions or to learn about the corporate structure or entity structure.
I second that.
And in fact, go ahead.
I was going to say, I feel the same way. So I'd like to know when we do go in the annual meeting, what'd you say, in June, if we can ask those kinds of questions. And I would argue it'd be appropriate, if the answer to that is affirmative, that we do exactly that.
Yeah, I have that question out
agree.
to Metro Legal right now, and obviously with all of this, they haven't gotten to that yet. I will just submit to you all in section 300, the application forms for license under section I-1. For a new company to apply, it is required to have description of the extent of ownership in business. So had Guardian applied as a new business, they would have been required to disclose that, but under the partnership rules as they are now, they're not required to disclose that.
And remember, if somebody refuses to disclose it, that may be adverse to their position that they come before us on, so. All right, further discussion on the motion that's on the table, that's been seconded. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Is that 3-2 again? Okay, motion carries. Both motions carry. I believe that ends the,
Actually, wasn't there one other item talking about the schedule?
Well, the one other item
the other
is the
business.
new zone application, which that does not, you can defer that until June of next year, or you can just, we can dismiss it or do it, however y'all want to handle that.
There's no zone,
No,
there's
there's
no
no zone
open zone.
available, right, so,
It
would have been had it.
Right, had we
Right.
decided otherwise.
I think you should,
go ahead.
I think you still need to make a motion to do something with that open item,
Yeah.
agenda item.
all right, we need a motion on the,
Move to defer until June of 2025, the new zoning.
2026.
26, sorry. Well, no, let's go back in time.
I second that motion.
all right, there's a motion and there's been a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, the last thing on our agenda today is other business.
Other
Director
business,
Rooker.
just a reminder that our next meeting will be held on the third Tuesday of the month at the Sunny West Conference Room at 1 o'clock. This is our last meeting in this building.
So we're,
Change, all three things. We will send out reminders, we will post on the website. We will make sure y'all do not show up here. Okay, so we will get with you. That's all we have.
Maybe Lime can put those little things outside so that we can all be sure to get there.
We'll try to get you some parking as well.
I'd like to make one comment for public or for record. Even though this was a long meeting, I think it was a long time coming to help us make some corrections, to not have another meeting like this, and to not open this window for other players, that it is clear, a little more crystal clear. I think as it stands, the right decisions were made, in my view, in my view. But I do think it was a great learning experience for the board.
When those ordinances were written, you know, I think record companies were small businesses, not small, but solely owned individual businesses, and the world has changed.
And I would encourage, I'd love for Metro Legal to, I'd encourage Metro Legal to complete our request to change that language ahead of the next public hearing.
hey, I'm going to also point out one other thing. This was a close vote. It's for one of the first times that we've had dissension and, you know, a close vote. Well, I don't know if dissension's the right word. Differences of opinions, so I just want to point out, it was a very, very close vote.
Abstention, which is the whole reason for a board.
That's right.
Thank you, everybody. Motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All in
Happy
favor?
holidays, everyone.
Yep,
Yeah. Thank you
Likewise.
for your leadership today.
Thank you,
my
Chair.
pleasure.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.